Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am the Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl. Shy, good morning.
Good morning, all, and a very happy birthday to you, Jim.
All right, we weren't supposed to mention that, but apparently that's cat's out of the bag. Thank you for that. I appreciate the birthday wishes, Shy. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Thank you for that. Let's just move on till next year.
Fair.
What is going on over the weekend? We've got some markets that are moving right now. We got some red, mostly some green. We can go through them one at a time, but what kind of news and drivers are happening?
All right, so let's start. We had a big controversy this weekend over what the Fed may or may not have meant about what they were talking about the 2% rate. And I'll go over this so this all makes sense. So the Fed officials decided to roll back changes that were made at the conclusion of the last review in 2020, making policy changes to employment and the inflation rate. Now, during Powell's speech, he said they scrapped the markup strategy they implemented in 2020 that allowed inflation to run a bit above their 2% target rate. And his actual quote was, "Second, we returned to the framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the markup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant because there was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes in 2021. And we all know that's when inflation ran really hot. Now, some were thinking that this was extremely hawkish, meaning they're not going to allow inflation to run above the 2% rate. Others thought this meant they were totally abandoning that target. Now, I went back and read the decision every 5 years that they re-examine their decision. I went back and read that last one that they just had in August, and really it couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, they said the committee is prepared to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. So clearly they're not abandoning the 2% as many for some reason thought that this statement had said. Obviously, that has major implications for the market because if they abandon that 2% rate, that means, they would just let inflation run hot, wildly bullish, unrestricted policy. And so, there was a big argument over that. Also, they kind of tweaked the way they decided to describe maximum employment. They're no longer prioritizing shortfalls. Because apparently that was not always interpreted as intended. And Powell also put a big emphasis on the labor market kind of over inflation during that speech, which I had noted in the last FOMC presser that is all he talked about. But apparently this took everybody by surprise because they somehow didn't notice that was exactly what he was talking about in the last FOMC presser. Then moving on to the Bitcoin market. So everybody's wondering what happened to Bitcoin this weekend. So yesterday, apparently a long dormant Bitcoin whale wallet unloaded 24,000 Bitcoin worth $2.7 billion with a B dollars, triggering kind of a flash crash that plunged prices from like over 114,000 to 110,000 in like minutes. And he moved that over to Ethereum. Now, Ethereum is selling off this morning, but at the same time, the Bitcoin had the flash crash. Ethereum was actually up. Overall, this kind of sparks fear of further volatility and kind of debates on crypto's systemic risks, because kind of a decision to sell off such a significant quality is raising some eyebrows as to why this Bitcoin wallet decided to do that. Is it is it a calculated pivot in action to macroeconomic elements, or they just need to move to capitalize on a different market? But so people are ultimately worried about the volatility in the crypto markets right now.
Yeah, quite a move. I know Saturday I got a headline saying Ether hit an all-time high. I was all pumped up. I logged in Sunday night and I'm like, what happened? It's gone. Anyway,
I know.
all righty, Shai. All righty, Shai. Thank you so much. Appreciate you as usual. I will talk to you in a bit.
All right. Talk to you soon. Be in the chat.
All right, all right. We have up next I'm going to say wonderful Pax is joining us early on Monday morning. How you doing, brother?
I'm great, Jimmy. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. How about that? So you are now old enough to be able to order a gin martini on your own, or possibly get ready for Social Security. I'm not sure which one.
No, that's a good point. I'm 62, so I think officially I probably could take the watered down version of Social Security right now if I wanted to, but I don't think
Oh, man.
that's not gonna cover my lifestyle packs going forward.
My brother, how'd that happen to us? It seems to me like we're still 30,
It's funny you should say that. And I think that's a human being condition, right? You get older, everyone around you's like, "Oh, look at that old guy," but you don't feel like it, right? And
I was
I know.
talking to Leo about that yesterday. I told him, I said, I don't know how it happened, but I've become the old guy. I've become the old guy, and especially amongst our group. I'm the older, I'm the uncle. Everyone calls me Uncle Pax. Lordy.
Uncle
I'm
Pax,
not
I love
40,
that.
40. Yeah.
I love
Tanya
that.
started that. Tanya started calling me Uncle Pax. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
Tanya's the best, so I'm gonna leave it at that. How about Bitcoin? So
Yeah.
I tweeted a little bit about that last week, I think. 112, and we talked about it Friday. 112, 112,000 was a huge area of support. I think not just for me, but I think everybody saw it, hard not to. Underneath 112, we're going to trade down to as long as we close, the futures close below here, it triggers a technical move down to 105, 747. And so that then brings up an interesting conversation. There's a guy that he was a desk guy. I forget what firm he worked for in the Eurodollars. He works in the SOFR options pit, the only pit that's left for CME. I ran into him the other day at our club. We were talking about Bitcoin. He said, he's a big Bitcoin analyst for the firm he works with. And he said, if Bitcoin, we talked about 112, he said, if Bitcoin gets underneath 112, that can trigger a move. That can trigger like an 80% sell-off. Now, what? He said, well, every time that they make an extreme high like that, they have sold off. It's cyclical. Sells off 50, 60, 70, 80, as far as 80%. And I looked at it, and that's kind of scary to think of. But yeah, that'll take us down to like 70,000 again. If we get down to 70,000, I'll buy with both hands and feet. But geez, I don't, that seems like such an extreme move to me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of folks though that do that. I think this market's unique, a little bit unique, and there's a core group of, and I'll call them Bitcoin investors that have been buying them and holding them for a long period of time. I know there's a lot of great trading, and we have the futures markets to trade them and on a very efficient basis. But I think this market there's a lot of buy and hold folks out there keeping it in their pockets, and they're gonna keep it in their pockets at 70.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, they would. Now, please, nobody run out and sell Bitcoin because I'm talking about this. This is all just speculation on my part. Ultimately, it's interesting to know that somebody sold a bunch of Bitcoin to roll it into Ethereum. But to me, it doesn't really matter. One of the best pieces of advice I had gotten from a trader, was during the dot-com bubble. Why are we rallying? Why are we rallying in the Nasdaq? And he said, who knows? More buyers and sellers. Just trade it.
Yeah.
More buyers and sellers. It's all I need to know. And Paul Tudor Jones has a very similar outlook on things. By the time you figure out why the move is happening, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? The move is oftentimes over.
Yeah.
So we need to be prepared technically to trade it. We need to be, as we were talking about Friday, prepared to trade either side of the market.
Yeah.
And then trade it from a technical basis.
Yeah. He was pretty big at saying, forget about the first 2/3 of the move because you missed it. Learn how to trade the last third of the move.
Yeah. I made a life of doing that. A life.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fascinating stuff for sure. And it was in the commodities markets, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Well, let's pull up some PAX lines. Let's just kind of go through some of the action that we've seen so far today. I'm going to start with we'll start with the E-mini S&P, and then we'll kind of drill over to some of the other markets. Let me pull this up. This is a daily candle chart. I've got some lines that we've been talking about for weeks and weeks, if not months and months. These things never change, right? Or they might. I shouldn't say never change, but they don't change for a long period of time. And right now, we definitely have a red candle. We have a little bit of a sell-off going on right between your 64.42 and your 65.12. What do you think's happening here?
Well, Friday's price action after we had our show, I thought was supremely interesting. Again, why are we rallying? Well, more buyers and sellers, but the opening range Friday was 64.10. That was it, or that was the top of the opening range. So I felt kind of bad about that trade because I had cautioned everybody in my group to not trade it. Oh, let's wait until after this comes out, till after the results of the speech come out or the speech comes out. But the few traders that did, we never made it back to the opening range. So if you're long 64.10s, we took profit up to 20. I think it was 24 was the high, back down to 11, and then we rallied up to whatever the high was, 94, I think. So last night's reopen, and my group mostly missed it, and whatever, you can't catch everything. You just, you can't catch everything. And the YouTube streamers that pretend to catch everything are full of garbone.
By the way, let me interrupt real fast. What's your philosophy on that? Like trading, there's a big event coming up. There's a big event coming up. My philosophy has been based on my experiences. I'm going to keep my hands in my pocket until things start moving, because even if I got the CPI number right, like, oh, okay, it's going to come in hot. I know it's going to come in hot. The market's going to do this. Even if I'm right on the CPI number, as an example, the market does the opposite of what I think. So I always like to just keep my hands in my pocket and wait for that initial thrust. How about what's your thoughts on that?
So I think a little differently. I had I'm going to continue to trade my process. So I'm going to trade the opening range breakouts. I came in a little bared up on Friday. I mean, I thought the sell-off, I thought everybody kind of leaked out. I think we talked a little bit about that, leaked out the information earlier in the week, and that's why we were selling off, and we continued the sell-off. So I was more reticent to not take that long. But I'm going to trade my process. So the top of the opening range is 64.10. I'm going to be long. I'm going to pay for my trade and remove my risk, and I'm going to take profit at the 15-handle rotation, lock in profit on a partial, and still have half my unit on. Scratch stops in. That's it.
Yeah.
I cannot lose money. So whatever the market is going to do, it's going to do. It's either come down, scratch me out, no harm, no foul. In the S&P, it's easier to take you can get caught in a velocity logic, thing in the Nasdaq where, your stop gets froze and then run. But in the S&P, it's less likely. So anyway, I'm long from 64.10. I take profit.
So Pax, your answer real quick is, hey, I'm sticking with my process. I have this process that I use that I know is good for me, and you're going to stick with it no matter what.
Right. Now, I am not, let's say, let's say we're trading in the opening range or even below the opening range, and that data comes out, number comes out, or the info comes out. I'm not going to try to time something in an illiquid environment. I'm not going to try to time a trade off of that information. I'm not going to do that. But if I'm already positioned in front of it and I paid for my trade and taken profit, I'm going to leave my scratch stops in and let it go. Like a lottery ticket. But I'm not going to try to time something on a number. I won't do that. So after the speech, when we rallied 90 points or 85 points, Yeah, I just sat and watched it. I tried to buy 64.70s a couple of times, but took an expense and scratched them, and then that was it.
Got it. All right. Well,
So,
so here
so
we are. So here we
yeah.
are. Here we are now with a light news day. I believe we're waiting. We're waiting for unplanned news to start moving this thing, and of course we're waiting for the open. So everything right now is suggesting a little bit of a bearish disposition right now.
Well, so I'm always looking for, whenever I say this, I think it gets misunderstood, but real time information to make real time trading decisions. So, which dovetails, I think, into what the order flow guys do. But the idea is that I'm looking for, like, yesterday's reopen. My wife and I went for dinner with my oldest daughter, youngest daughter, and a couple of their friends. So I didn't trade the open last night, but I was looking at it. Last night's reopen in the indices, in the S&P and the Nasdaq. I didn't pay attention to Russell or Dow, but is bearish. It's a bearish open, meaning the opening print in the S&P is 60. Remember, I'm dyslexic. I got to picture the numbers. Is 64.93. The high is 60. Not there's no opening range. It's just going to be, the reopen is just going to be long above and short below the opening print. But the reopening print is 64.93. The high is 64.94, and it was made immediately after, and then we came off.
Yeah.
So that's a bearish open. Nasdaq is 23,602 opening print, high of 23,607 half, and now it's selling off. So I'm going to look for today's opening range to give me guidance. If we end up coming out of the opening range to the upside, then the overnight high is obviously going to be a target for me. And if I'm going to also look for those 15-handle rotations. So the algorithms know how to move this stuff. If we open up at 60, if the top of the opening range is 70, then I'm looking for 85, and then I'll use 94, 96 as another target on the upside to add to my position and take those up to all-time highs, which would be, by the way, also confusing. That was also kind of bearish. The fact that Friday in that 85 or 90 point rally, however much it was, out of the opening range, was 85 points out of the OR. That 85 handle rally, we did not touch opening range. We did not touch all-time highs. All-time highs either going to be 65.08 half, depending on what you're looking at,
Yeah.
or 65.02. If you're looking at the pit session, it's 65.02. If you're looking at extended hours, it's 08 half. We never tested that, and we got within 10 points of it, and now we're failing. That's not a strong look. That doesn't mean that we don't turn around and rally and take out the highs. We very well could. The markets can remain irrational longer than I can remain solvent. That's for sure. But just real-time information to give me real-time trades. So we open up today on the downside. I'll be looking to sell them pretty aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a 2-day peak here. This is a 30-minute a couple days here on a 30-minute chart. You can see that big, huge initial balance kind of move up low to high,
Right.
and then we stuck, right? We were stuck there all day. Today, though, we're starting to sell off a little bit. I mean, we have a JAX 1 target at 64.50. We have a 1-day min target from Mentor Q at 36. HVAL right below that. And then look at where S1 is. S1 brings us all the way down to the bottom of the opening range and initial balance, by the way. And that's approximately that is 6,400, even number. So there's targets on the downside should sellers decide to get busy today.
Hey, so let's take a look. Go back to the PAX lines real quick.
Yes, sir.
So 64.40. Look at how all of those levels that don't change now become levels that Mentor Q recognizes.
Yeah.
They become VWAP. They become, the support, the big support one on the daily, which is down to 64.02.
Yep.
So all of these levels, these mathematically based levels, these Fibonacci math based levels, everything in the universe is based on Fibonacci math. Everything, to the bones in our hands, to the stars in the sky. And the markets are all based on Fibonacci math. So, the more you stick around, the simpler you see how all of this works. So now the big S1 is 64.02, and that's it. It's all Fibonacci math, man.
Yep.
It's all math sequence.
Let's pivot over to NASI real quick and see what that's looking like.
Oh, yeah.
Snazdeck, as you'd call it.
Yeah, Nasdaq. The Nasdaq is an interesting market. Yeah, it really is. So just one quick note on that. There probably are not too many traders, active traders, that have traded as many NASDAQ for their own accounts with their own money as I have. I mean, there was a period of my life where I was paying $150,000 a month in commissions just for E-mini execution, in the pit too. So, and I say that to make the point that I hardly ever trade NASDAQ anymore. I hardly ever trade it. The S&P is going to be my primary market, then bonds, gold, and crude after that. But anyway, Nasdaq I like to see the Nasdaq lead, and I think the Nasdaq is kind of leading to the downside. The Nasdaq has lagged in strength, or depending on the way you look at it. Friday it lagged in strength. Today it's leading in weakness. So I want to see where NASDAQ is going to go. Remember, the level that we're paying attention to is like 20. Just remember the threes, 23.33, and then underneath 23.33. Then we've got that big level that we churned last week, is 23,109.
Yep.
Huge, huge, huge. That's a pivotal level. Above that, we got to be looking for a long trade underneath that. We're going to sell off, close. We need to close underneath it.
Yeah, I mean, we're right in this, what Mike Arnold would call the rotation zone between the 8 and the 21 EMA. We're at the bottom of it, though. And there's no wick at the top of today's candle, right? So we're just driving down. We got that piercing line. I'm going to kind of eyeball it of Friday's, the midpoint of Friday's candle, piercing line, whatever you want to call it, around 430. We're getting close to it. It might be a little bit lower than that. I'm just eyeballing it, Pax. But it's definitely on the move for sure. So we'll keep that in on our sights. Let's shoot over because we got about 8 minutes left. I want to get gold in for sure, and I want to get bonds in for sure. So let's go to, I think December gold is the gold we're supposed to be in. So let's pull that guy up.
Carlos in the chat wrote 61.8 is the only level with the true fib ratio. I'm not sure what that means.
So yeah, okay, I know what he means. So Carlos, how are you, man? Good to see you. And by the way, thank you everybody in the chat for the kind birthday wishes today. Really, really appreciate that. Appreciate everybody coming. Appreciate a thumbs up for our man Pax, by the way, if you get a chance.
Yeah, like me there.
Yeah, no, that's just, that's 61, that's the golden ratio, right? That's the, you got, 31.8, you got 61.8 are the two key ones there. So
what is it? What's the price on that fib, the 61.8 fib?
Well, which market are we talking about now?
SPOOs.
Okay, so let me go back there. And I could draw a fib line pretty easily. Where do you want me to draw it from, though, is the question.
Do it from the high of 65.08. Or do we do extensions? I don't draw fibs. I just do the Fibonacci math. I don't draw the fibs.
Yeah, no, I mean, so the 61.8 from high to low would be 64.53.
Okay, so close enough to 64.50, 41. All right, well.
Yeah, I mean, another way, what I would do in this scenario, though, if, on a regular basis, I would do something like this. I would measure low to high, right? I would pick this low point right here this is the August movement. I apologize, my lines are messy right now. And then I would look for that retracement back down, which guess where that is, Pax? 63.43. So
there you go.
2 points away, 1 point away from the 42s. So
there you go. Again,
there you go.
Means something. And that's been a target for us since July 16th.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to where were we at?
Gold. Sorry. We
were on gold. No, it's not your fault. It's my Mondays are rough, man. I'll tell you. Although I'll be honest with you, I took it easy this weekend. I only had 2 gin martinis, one on Friday night, nothing on Saturday, and one on Sunday. That was it.
That's awesome.
That was it.
It's our advanced stage, Jimmy. We're the old guys now.
I just got busy doing stuff. I don't know what happened, but anyway, here we are with gold right now. We're right at that 34.14 level.
Yeah. So these levels we've talked about for the last, I don't know, a couple months. 34.14, 30. We churned last week. We were churning 33.81, and then 33.62.64. We talked about that level on Friday, and I felt bad about that too. So I think I told the chat, let's not trade. Let's stay away from the chop. When the market makes its move, you can jump on board. Man alive, during the Powell speech, we rallied from, I don't know what the low was, but it was we were trading around 33.61, 62, could have been a little lower than that. And then bam, through 81, bam, through, through everything up to 34.14. So here we are. Now if we can continue to trade above this level, then we're going to see 34.60. We call it 34.60, but the price is 34.68. And if we can get above there, then it's going to be 35.09, and then it's going to be up to the all-time high of 34 or 35.34. So, gold is looking very strong. It doesn't have a whole lot of momentum through this level yet, so it's going to churn this back and forth until it decides to get the, it's going to churn this level until the necessary energy, the market generates the necessary energy to propel it either forward or back down to 33.81. So we'll see. I'm not real interested in chopping myself up in this range.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, look at the stochastic starting from mid-August. I mean, it's been flatlining down toward 20, at the bottom here. So it's just kind of not a lot of momentum in my mind. But
No.
we did have a couple big green candles here, including Friday, of course. Everything reacted big on Friday. We had that moving average crossover, the 8 over the 21. And now we have a pause. But the nice thing about today, we got a little bit of a buyer's wick here today as well. So I'm not sure we're going to sell off today in gold.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but it doesn't mean that we rally either. It just means that we churn here. And churning markets I get killed in. So I stay away from them. Markets that don't go anywhere, I get killed. So I'm looking at this from a bullish standpoint for sure, because we're above 33.81, 33.62, 64. So, obviously I'm looking at this from a strength standpoint, but I can chop myself up pretty good in the market not going anywhere.
Yeah, so you said something that's kind of profound, and I want to make sure everyone understands that. When you say churning markets chop you up, I want to stay away from them. You've identified something in your trading career that keeps you out of trouble. In other words, I'm bad at this. I'm bad at this, therefore I'm staying out of it and waiting till I see a scenario where I'm good at.
Right. 100%. I need to know. I need to know the strengths and the weaknesses intimately of my trading process. And then I need to know my strengths and my weaknesses, my personal strengths and my weaknesses intimately as well. I need to maximize my strengths and I need to minimize my weaknesses or try to eliminate them. My weaknesses, my shortcomings and my weaknesses are in the background doing push-ups, getting stronger, waiting to pounce on me when I take my eye off of them, thinking, well, I'm back, so I can make that money back, or hey, I'm right, and just any sort of an egotistical sense, any sort of an egotistical way of looking at things, my weaknesses are going to pounce on me. And that is very insidious, because now, you get away with something, you chase money, you make it back, you just have a little bit, well, that's the downward spiral, the negative momentum that we don't even see coming until it's too late. I know that every day I'm plotting forward. I know, we've talked about this before, one brick at a time, building our business, one brick at a time, one trade at a time, building our lives, building our freedom, building our business. Very easily, I can start taking those bricks out until they come cascading down. And we don't always see that happening because our ego gets in the way, our arrogance gets in the way. You start thinking that you're something other than you're not. Leo and I talked about this yesterday. Then you're in trouble, man. You're in deep trouble, or I'm in deep trouble. I need radical responsibility too, Jimmy. I need to take radical responsibility for myself.
There you go. I love that. I do love that. We have about a little over a minute left here. Pax. So I just wanted to show the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond right now. I mean, we're tracking, I have a Pax line at 114.17.
Yeah.
This is just the gift that keeps on giving the last 7-8 sessions. We've printed that the last 7-8 sessions in a row, regardless of the size of the candle. And that's right next to where the moving averages are. That 8 and 21 is right smack there.
Yeah, so we're just basing here for another move higher up to 116, 120, or back down to 112 or 111, 110. The very important levels that I'm paying attention to are going to be the yearly opening range, the yearly pivot, and old quarterly pivots at 113.24. Everything comes in there, and then above here at 114.17. Anything above that is strength, and I want to be long. Anything below that is weakness, and I want to be short. Anything around that, flat ski. And again, I'll get whacked in a churning market.
Flat ski, I love that. Well, let's spend the last couple seconds of our time together talking about Friday. Now, you're going to be back on Friday, and my understanding is you may be actually you doing some live trading. Is that true?
Yes, as long as the market moves, I'll be doing live trading. If we're not doing anything, remember, guys, I'm looking to do less in my career here. I'm at the I'm not looking to be more aggressive. So yeah, I'll be here Friday, and if there's something to do, I'll do it. If I don't see something, then I'll show you how not to do it. Um, and so we'll see. It'll be my first time trading on a stream like this, so that makes me a little bit nervous or a little bit uncomfortable. But well, it's like riding a bike, I guess. Once you start clicking away and you start looking at what the market is telling you, and then who cares who's watching? So we'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
I'm looking
You'll
forward to it.
yeah. It's a little daunting the first time, but you'll snap into it. But thank you for being here on a Monday. This is the second Monday in a row. I appreciate you as usual. Uncle Pax, everybody, give him a thumbs up. Appreciate you and look forward to seeing you Friday.
If I'm Uncle Pax, you're great, Uncle Jimmy. Happy birthday, Jim. Happy birthday. And I'm looking forward to listening to Jerremy Newsome now. So this is going to be a great segue.
Absolutely. All right, Pax, talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right, Shy. We're ready for our very special guest today. We have a special guest, Jerremy Newsome. It's real life trading and a life hacker. I mean, we haven't had a life hacker on before, so I'm really pumped up to meet Jerremy. Jerremy, good morning. How are you?
Jim, I'm doing remarkable, my friend. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Nice to meet you. I was checking you out this weekend a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing some of your thoughts and ideas about the markets in general, and maybe also talk about process, because I know you talk about process a lot on some of your videos and how it's important to establish that routine. But let's just start off general market overview. How are you feeling? What's going on should investors be worried? Should they be calm, cool, and collected? What's going on macro wise, you think?
That's a great question, man. Macro wise, so we are at all-time highs, relatively speaking. I mean, a couple points away. Generally, I'm a very big trends person, so I love to speculate, but speculation very rarely treats me well. So as I'm looking at the markets, I have to say, what is the trend? Then I have to play that trend. So I am overall bullish on the majority of my positions. However, I'm primarily, Jim, a stocks and options trader. I love stocks. I love options. They've always kind of been my thing. I do trade futures for sure, but very, very rarely, probably like 4 or 5 trades a month. And in the stocks and options world, right now, I'm getting into a lot of what's called collars. I'm sure all of your listeners know, but in case anyone would like the education of collars, when you sell a call, you use that call premium to purchase a put. And a put is a stock insurance position. So I really get into these positions, Jim, where I just essentially hedge, right? So if the market goes higher, I end up selling it for a profit. If it goes lower, I'm at least protecting my downside. And my ultimate goal is to buy a put option, aka an insurance position, higher than I bought the stock, so that I can create mathematically an unlosable position for a certain period of time, which always gets me excited. And so that was a really, really good opportunity on Friday. I did go back and look at a lot of the Jackson Hole events over the last 6 or 8 events that have happened. And coming out of that, we generally do get some selling over a 2-3 week period. So I do kind of plan on what we saw on Friday getting redacted a little bit. And as we trade a little bit lower on most things, I think we need to. I've learned, Jim, over time, my brother, as you know, when people get really, really, really excited and amped about something, take some profits. And that's kind of what we saw on Friday across the board. Everyone's printing money on Twitter. Everyone's profitable. They're buying steaks and they're drinking martinis and they're having a blast. And that's where I was kind of hitting the sell button.
It's funny. We have some friends that run a website called Edgeful. And it's a statistic-based platform, right?
Love Edgeful. Edgeful is incredible.
All right, awesome. Yeah. So I did it. It wasn't FOMC per se, but I treated the Jackson Hole speech as an FOMC event, and I went back and I said, what do we expect on FOMC day this calendar year this calendar year, the day before, the day of, and the day after. And right on point. The day before, it was negative 0.25% or something like that. The day of, positive 0.43%, whatever. And then today, negative again. So it was right on point. It was amazing.
I like statistics, man. I mean, there's a lot of great information there. I mean, again, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it really rhymes a lot, as people say. And I think ultimately, for me, to your point, like try to get some type of edge. And I think edge for traders, I heard Pax say this, which was great. Edge for traders is knowing what you're going to do ahead of time and why you're going to do it, and then doing it. Right? A lot of people call that consistency or discipline. But if you have consistency and discipline in life, you are going to be a version of successful. And ultimately, that's where the edge comes from. What are you doing and why are you doing it? Making sure you have those things outlined and planned, and then, of course, following through on them.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, man. What about you?
Since you did bring up discipline, let's talk a little bit about, how does trader psychology influence decision making in macro markets during high stress or uncertainty? And, can you describe how mindset and emotional discipline can help in navigating volatile markets?
Yeah, I believe ultimately mindset, psychology, the awareness of your internal being is probably the most important composition of any market, because we all interact with the market. So I'll give you a quick example for everyone who's here. There's a very, very popular phrase, right? The market's controlled by fear and greed. I don't actually believe that the market's controlled by greed. I think that there are greedy people that trade in the markets, but I believe that the majority of participants, especially everyone on the show, we're not inherently greedy, right? Greed is a state of the soul, which means you can never be quenched. You can never have enough. You can never be content. You can never be joyful. You always want more. But we're all trading to just for the betterment of our family so that we can take really nice vacations and tip the waiters really well and just enjoy our life. So as we are aware of the markets, if we are feeling what I refer to like financial optimism, monetary zeal, right? When you're really, really excited about something, great, celebrate that, but keep in mind that's a really fantastic place to start taking profits. You, as every single interaction person here, am I very excited? Am I very happy? Am I very thrilled? The answer is yes. A lot of people have what's called the hot hand fallacy. The hot hand fallacy is once I start shooting really well, I'm going to continue to shoot well forever. And we all know that that's probably not the case. So if you're bullish or bearish, if you start feeling too optimistic, too over enthused about a particular market, a particular trade, a particular setup, you probably should take some profits. And for me, that's just a really, really good recognition of as we become more disciplined, as we become more consistent, we can take notes, right? We can journal how we felt on certain days, certain weeks, why we felt that way, what our weekend routine was, what our nightly routine was, what we ate, what we drank. We can start having these documentations of how the external is impacting our internal. And the more we have those documentation, the more we can become aware. And to Jim's point, we can start coming up with statistics, and we can start using this log to get really clear information on how we should act in certain situations, in certain markets.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about process for a second, right? You were I heard you before talk about establishing a routine for traders, right? Especially if you're just managing a portfolio or day trading, doesn't matter. How important is that schedule?
I think routines are paramount because most people very rarely have them. When you are trading, right? If you're trading as a job, so you're not trading as a hobby. No one here is a hobbyist. We are all fully addicted to the market. We're all the way in. This is what we dream about before and after we go to sleep. I think for those individuals that want to treat this as a profession, you have to do what professionals do. And every level of every profession that I'm aware of, they're going to know not only when they do not do something, but when they do something. They're going to know, let's just take football, for example. Football is coming up. I just did my fantasy football draft last night with a bunch of my high school and college buddies. That was rowdy as always. And what we're doing is you have a schedule of here's these players, they're playing on these days, they're playing on these times, they're playing in these locations, they're playing at these. You can schedule that, right? You can create that. For the majority of traders, you are living day by day, hour by hour, a process of having a schedule. Like I know the days I'm going to trade, the days I'm not going to trade, usually 3 months in advance. I know my hour by hour, I know my day by day. I am choosing and picking what I am doing, where I'm doing it, and why I'm doing it. That creates a very, very intentional life. And the universe always conspires to give someone who knows exactly what they want, exactly where they're going, a way to have that. And so the schedule, Jim, is probably one of my life hacks, is just get really, really dialed in. The week ahead of that one, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks ahead of time, you can start saying, this is what I'm going to do. This is when I'm going to wake up. This is when I'm going to go to sleep. This is when I'm going to trade these 2 or 3 hour windows. This is what I'm going to eat. This is where I'm going to trade from. And you can just start creating your life ahead of time so that now you don't react to life. You're in it. You're in the present moment. You're just enjoying the flow because you have a very, very fine structure.
Yeah.
Excellent. Now, back to kind of market structure. Many believe that we're in a speculative bubble in some asset classes right now. So kind of what signals do you look for to identify maybe some bubbles? How do you trade around them? And maybe some lessons you've learned from previous market bubbles or crashes that apply to your trading today?
Just going after my heart. I love it. I got caught up. I actually own the unofficial Guinness World Record for buying silver at its highest price ever in human history in 2011. So I'm very familiar with bubbles. So I started trading 2009, 2010. So I was, 18, 19 years old. And I bought silver. This is a very true story. SLV. I bought weekly call options at the top, like the highest print in human history on silver. I bought call options that expired that week. So after losing all of my money, all of my dad's money, all of his friends' money, I was trading their money. It was a whole thing. You guys probably heard about it. Like I lost $1.2 million of other people's money on my 21st birthday, which was like May 2nd of 2011. That sucked. It sucked. And so you really do learn lessons when you do really, really dumb things. And it's a very expensive lesson if you repeat it. So I made sure not to repeat it. So I studied. I ended up studying bubbles very, very closely. And the only other time that I personally think or felt that we were in a bubble was in 2017 with Bitcoin. And what I look for is extreme over optimization or optimism. And I think that we're getting very, very close to that. So what I mean is when I call something a bubble, by the way, I mean, people say bubbles pop. I generally call bubbles hyperbolic extension of price action. So it's just this really, really, really strict curve, meaning like the markets don't go to zero. They just have this big correction or this big pullback or this big sell-off. And the best way I identify them, number one, is volume. So huge, huge, huge volume has to come in. Now, when I say volume, I'm actually looking for more buyers than sellers. I'm looking for a lot of buying volume to come into that particular asset class and do so at the very, very top. And then secondly, I am going to look for chart patterns. I do believe that double top patterns actually work very, very, very well. And so this chart that's pulled up here on the screen, the YMs. So for example, for me, if 45,000, if we got to close below that, I would look for, at this particular stage in my career, for us to go short. I would expect us to have some big selling, because this is, everyone and their mom can look at this chart and go, this chart's breaking out, should go higher. And so this candle, the candle we got yesterday, if we invalidate that with the close, every single person who bought yesterday is trapped. They are losing money. They are going to be selling. And then if that does happen, we will trade down to 43 and some change, because all those buyers that bought on that particular day, they are losing money and they will be selling. And that's human psychology. That's what the markets are. We can visualize psychology very, very well. The problem is most people don't see bubbles. So when your friends, your coworkers, and your colleagues start getting home equity line of credits to buy stock, that is when we can become very, very extremely sure that we are in a bubble. that we are in a hyperbolic extension of price action, and that over optimism, that overzealousness, that people just want to make money to provide for their families and just really do better, buy a nice house and buy a nice car and pay off their debts. That energy will lead us to a market top. But PS, I think we're a while away from that. I think we actually go much higher before that happens.
Wow. Well, our time is flying. Shai, any last second thoughts? We got, a little bit less than a minute for Jerremy.
So just maybe some final words for the traders out there, some final words of advice from you.
Final words of advice. My biggest advice that has helped me the most when it comes to trading really is emotional clarity. Becoming extremely clear on, number one, why you're trading. What is your purpose? It's a lot easier to get pulled by your purpose than pushed by your pain. And for a lot of traders, that pushing of pain is losses and agony and charting. But it's a lot better to remind yourself why you're trading. Like, what's the purpose? Are you trying to pay off all of the debt for your church? Are you trying to donate so that everyone can go to a mission trip? Like, what's the ultimate end goal that you're trying to accomplish with your money? Why are you trading? Because when you just trade for money, only for money, and that's it feels like a pretty boring existence ultimately. And you want to create more fulfillment, more purpose in your life. And I think that's probably one of the best things that's ever served me and the people that I work with.
Jerremy, that's awesome. I really enjoyed meeting you. Thank you for being on with us early this morning. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to talking to you again soon.
My pleasure, champion.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, I love that guy. I mean, the whole discussion about greed. Now I'm gonna rethink this in my head. But yeah, he was a very interesting young man. I used the word young man.
Young man. Oh no. Are we sensitive about age today?
It'll be a theme today, Shai. But in any event, awesome talking to you as usual, and I look forward to talking to you more on hot commodities later on this afternoon. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll see you guys in the chat.
All right. We have Pharm popping right in. Transition smooth as silk. How was your weekend, my friend?
It was pretty good. I was on single dad duty with two of the kids anyways. Wife was up north at a choir camp with the older two. So just had 2 out of 4. So it was pretty good. We had some fun.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, I've got my older son's moved in at least temporarily here, and I get to hang out with him a little bit. And we're thinking about taking him golf, actually. I'm not a golfer, but we're thinking about doing it.
You should. You should. I would like to get back into it, but it's kind of hard to get away from the house for 3-4 hours when you got a million kids running around. But it's a good sport.
Yeah, we got this municipal court. Listen to me. This is what I know about golf. We have a municipal course down the block, and it's pretty accessible for me, so I should probably consider it.
You should. So you're very excited after Friday? All bowled up, ready to go buy everything?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it just seems like, it was one of those days, right? We have these days, the paradigm shift happens, boom, it gets sticky. We had the high vol level still around 64, 70-ish, give or take a couple of handles there on the monthly volume profile for the E-mini S&P. We're kind of at it right now, so we've given back a little bit, but not nothing to suggest there's a fire sale going on. But then we have this volume deficit that gets us all the way down to about 64.20-ish, maybe a little lower than that. So I'm really interesting to see and again, I'm looking at a monthly kind of big picture point of view here. Is this volume node going to fill up or not? Or are we going to be sticky up at these levels? I'm not so sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, I mean, if you just look at across charts, right? I mean, the Dow looks absolutely insane. Jeremy just mentioned this huge breakout into all-time highs on a non-back adjusted chart. Cash hours chart looks amazing. IWM looks amazing. RTY. You've got your equal weight Qs, equal weight SPY, RSP looks amazing. Everything looks great except, then you look back at the high at NQ from a couple of weeks ago, and that does not look amazing. And so, there's really that odd man out is the Qs. Now they can catch up really fast, of course. but does leave me with just a little bit of caution. And then with respect to, that move on Friday, I mean, it was quite a trap on Friday early morning. Of course, while nobody was awake, right? We came in and we swept out the inside day low and then just ripped all the way back up to the top and took Wednesday and Thursday's high based above it into J-Pow and then, boom, right? The issue there to me was that, I mean, it's not like you had any follow-up initiative buyers willing to lift that same spot basically up there in the 6490s. You end up with a bit of a P-shaped profile on the Qs and ES. And, now you're going to need some follow-through, or you're going to kind of, break down just a bit, fill in some structure. And you see where strong buyers step in. And, we'll get into some of those spots today and see how that goes. You definitely don't want to give it back. I mean, like Bitcoin gave it all back. And like, I don't look at Bitcoin and say like, this is, some huge big picture correlation. The structural similarities between Bitcoin and Q though, in the response of the data. And then again, that same profile shape and structure was very, very similar. So I'm watching that for NQ today. There's a lot of talk about the risk curve and how, you look at Ethereum and how, that's going crazy and, Russell and high beta and, everybody feels like it's max risk on, but I don't really see it that way. I see, this is more of like I'm going to look like an ass stepping out of my price monkey range here, but it looks like to me like a little bit of a beta barbell actually, where like, a lot of participants positioning in more conservative allocations, really like the Dow doing amazing within like a select sleeve of higher convex, plays, right? So that, if the market's a little bit volatile, your broader portfolio does okay. But, if we get a little bit silly to the upside, you're doing okay as well. So I don't see this as pure risk on, like froth, silliness, because the Qs would be up with the trash. In my opinion. So I'm a little bit reserved with the Qs.
Yeah, no, I mean, even the Wall Street Journal, I can't remember if this was this morning's article or this weekend's article, but they, suggesting AI is losing its steam. A lot of these tech stocks are, way overbought, and this is going to be the big loser going forward here. And that's what they were suggesting. But, the candles show that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? We've got NVIDIA earnings coming up, and I think that probably decides it. To me, I mean, like if I just looked at the NQ top or the NQ high, I should say, it's never a top, but I mean, you look at that high.
Yeah.
If you slap that on ES, slap that on RTY, like I'm max short probably on this thing. I mean, it's a very, very good high to me. And we need to negate some of that weakness on the Qs, right? Like how is ES going to really be driven without the Qs? I mean, much higher anyways. It could just be choppy, grindy if like the Dow stays constructive and those overlapping components do well. So I'm not as excited as some. It is still though constructive, and I'll trade it to the long side. I'm just a little bit cautious, and we'll see what happens after NVIDIA. If maybe it sticks safe some of that NQ structure, or if it just completely breaks down. I think it's going to be hard for ES to hang in there.
So Pharm, let's check out the Pharm charts and let's check out that rectangle, see what it's looking like.
Yeah, so just real quick with the Dow, and I promise I'll flip off this soon, so don't click off your screen, chat. But huge breakout here, and again on a non-back adjusted chart, this is a new all-time high. It looks amazing. I think as long as it sustains, I'm going to call it 45,107 to 135. This looks good, and huge upside targets, I mean, potentially on this thing. So I'm not looking to fade it until, kind of like Jeremy said, if you get that move from Friday completely given back and you fail back into that range, basically, and at least, it's certainly below Friday's open, Friday's low, it's going to look horrible. So as long as that sustains, I do like the Dow for longs. I'll flip over to ES because, I mean, I still have that same box sitting there. I mean, you can see we came back down roughly to that midpoint where that old gap was. We didn't quite tag 63.58, but I think it was 62 3/4 or whatever was that low. So it looks okay, but we still haven't, kind of cleanly broken away from that. But we still have structure of higher lows and higher highs, and that looks reasonably constructive. I'm going to go over to the 30-minute on the Qs next. We talked about that high. We talked about, the last couple of weeks, we've talked about the fact that we've got some volume trapped overhead, which is certainly the most important ingredient and potentially seeing weakness. And that's where we're at here. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to reclaim at least, this, to me, this upper distribution from last week, because, even reclaiming that, you've got, 2 weeks of trapped longs up above. So I feel like it's actually more healthy, honestly, if NQ trades lower first and does fill in some of the structure and give some stronger buyers a chance to buy. I'm watching this kind of 342 to 369 spot. Happens to align with a rough 50% retracement of the move, last week's low up to Friday's high. But I mean, you could see there were a lot of prior pop sellers in that range that may have now turned into dip buyers if they remain trapped. So I don't think that's a bad look. So something like, if we do get this breakdown, and you can see on the 5, Friday's profile, right? All this volume up here, and then nothing, right? So if we're offering, I'm saying basically the spot that it's been kind of messing around with here, if we lose that meaningfully and come through the overnight low, wherever that ends up, I mean, we'll see where that ends up.
Yeah.
Maybe this 420s, it's been such a huge spot on high time frames, 425, 438 range. Maybe that holds, but if not, I think we get maybe a bit of a liquidation breakdown into that, 340s, 360s. And I would probably look for longs there. I might actually look for a long on ES if it's also at a key structural location as NQ comes down into here. But that's a big spot for me today. I don't really want to see that lost. I mean, a quick sweep of that range and a reclaim I think is okay. But again, if you look at the structural similarities of Bitcoin gave it all back. And so to me, it's not so much like a correlation thing. It's more when I see markets that have very, very similar structure, and then one leads in sort of breaking down that structure. I've talked about this a number of times, right? Sometimes we've seen the Russell lead. Maybe it was a P-shaped profile like this one. Russell broke down first. ES and NQ followed the next day, right? So I look for some of those things as potential clues, and we are seeing some of that weakness here. And so, again, I don't think it's a horrible thing if we came down here and got a little bit of a liquidation breakdown into 340s, 369. If buyers are serious, they're going to buy it, likely in that range or on failed pushes lower. So, early weakness here today could just be some structure repair. It doesn't necessarily need to be bearish, but that's something that I'm watching for. And then, ES being stronger and having, an ETH high, which is going to, I've smashed my phone, numerous times over the fact that we just keep leaving that high. I'm probably looking for longs maybe on ES if you get sort of a confluent touch, right, of a key structural element on ES and NQ. I'll sometimes pick the index that has that relative strength, but you never know at the open what's going to be favored today. Maybe they just come in and they lift it straight away. You've got this 6460 spot on ES that had just been, it's just been a massive, massive spot for quite so long. I dropped it a little bit this week. I was using 60 to 63 last week, but these low 60s have just been, perma bid until they liquidate, right? So yeah. We talked about that last week. They kind of needed to liquidate. They just couldn't lift, right? They kept defending 60, no lift. They got rugged. And so now if, stronger buyers have had that opportunity to load, then they should be willing to lift these 64.90s. I'm using 96 to 98 and clean up that all-time high. So I'll give you a second to weigh in and ask a question or anything like that if you want. And
I'm thinking about the structural difference between this and the Bitcoin. And Tracy mentioned it earlier this morning about, I guess a whale wallet, they call it, or a huge liquidation happened there. This market, though, there's more than one whale wallet. There's a lot of them, right? So there's this constant fight. So, I'm thinking about that from the, is there going to be a correlation? Is there going to be a follow through or not? And probably not. I think this is an independent. You can see it on your chart right there. Right now we're sitting right at that. I'm going to call it a little value area node right there at the bottom of it. And it looks a lot different on this chart than the Bitcoin chart. So, this correlation, I think, might be out the window.
Yeah, ES has definitely been structurally much stronger than NQ, which at least, in the last couple of days so far has been a little bit stronger. than the Bitcoin. So we'll see. You've got that 64.51 spot, which again was the top of that. What was it? A 6-week balance range on an RTH basis. And, again, I'm not calling it a failed breakout that we got because we spent so much time and put in volume. We clearly, it just didn't go right. But we still have that structure of higher highs, higher lows. I still think it's important on a quick dip, but I mean, I don't think you want to be trapped below these 60s again. And I'm still same spot. I could have dropped this 31 to 35 from last week. I could have dropped it a little bit lower, maybe to 20. I like you've got these singles that would come in here and fill at like 28. I think something like that would be okay. So if we do get some kind of a liquidation break or an opening drive lower, I'll probably be watching ES, again, anywhere the 28s to 35. I'll wait for a responsive buyer to step in. And especially if that aligns with, NQ into like 340s, 369 area, then I'll look for longs there. And as long as this volume is then reclaimed, because again, look, you've got 2 weeks up here. As long as this volume up here above 64.60-ish is reclaimed, then that to me looks like a powerful trap potentially for a new high. So it gives strong buyers a chance that, weren't willing to chase this, right? And sort of missed out. Again, a 50% retracement of last week's low to Friday's high is going to be right around there. That's a spot. So if buyers are serious, that's where they're going to step in. And so I'm okay looking for longs there as well. And then any kind of failed push, below these 60s has just been along for an eternity until it doesn't work, right? So we'll look for that as well today.
Yeah, great analysis as usual, Pharm. Appreciate you being here early in the morning. Looking for me and you are going to be together, I think, all the way through Thursday this week.
All right. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Best of luck to trading, and talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
All right, it is about that time. I'm going to get this right. I'm not going to be 5 for 5 like I was last week. We are ready to trade the open with Nick and Leo. Let's do it. Good morning, gentlemen.
Happy birthday, Jim.
Happy birthday. They were quick on the trigger with that. Wow.
What was that? Oh my God. Virtual confetti. Thank you. I appreciate the birthday wishes, fellas. I really do. At this age though, it's like, it's another day, another broadcast, another trading day. That's my birthday present.
Jim, how old now?
62, man. I can get Social Security now.
That's amazing. You're not going to cash in yet though, right? You're going to let that build up?
Well, it's an interesting question because you could do a future value analysis and a present value analysis, but you have to have the major assumption is how long are you going to live? Am I going to go 3 more years or am I going to go 30 more years? And so that's the tricky part, right? So you got to evaluate all that stuff to decide when to take it because there is a present value difference depending on how long you live. So I'm not going to take it to answer your question.
Sounds like a smart move. I think you're going to last a little longer than 3 years, Jim.
I don't know. I hope so. But there's also survivor benefits. There's all this stuff you got to figure. It's not as simple as you think. So, and by the way, a lot of folks are still paying taxes on their Social Security.
Yeah, right. Well, are you doing anything special or have you already done the special things? I know you had friends come to town last week. So do you guys have anything else going on?
Yeah, Thursday was my night with my friends from Chicago. It was great.
Hey, you looked a little rough Friday morning, Jim.
Oh, man, I couldn't speak. Deli wasn't around. I'm like, oh, man, we're in trouble today. But no, actually, no, we took it easy this weekend. Nothing big planned because don't forget, we're going on our big starting next week. I'm going to be gone for a couple of weeks. I'm going to be over visiting the homeland. We'll be in Rome for a while, and then we're going to be in Sicily for a little bit longer than that. So that's my birthday present. I'm taking the family to Europe.
Who's going to fill in for you? This is a big job.
This is.
Well, it's very kind of you to say that. I don't know how big of a job it is, but Shab is on it, man. Shab is she's in control, and no doubt it'll be good stuff.
Is Shab gonna take over for you?
That would be good TV too.
That would be epic. She's so smart. She could do it. She'd argue she'd be better than I am for sure. She's really, really good. So I don't know. Maybe let's get a poll going. Let's ask the audience.
Savannah said Leo could do it. No, I can't.
Leo, we could talk about your goodbyes from episode 1. That was great.
Bye.
Just a casual bye.
Bye. Anyway, how you guys feeling about today? I mean, after Friday's explosion here, what are you guys thinking for today?
A bit of a tricky spot, to be honest. And then we have this balance area that we broke from prior to what happened Friday. And we rallied right up to the bottom of the balance area, as you can see right here, and we're pulling it back against it. So between here and here is kind of no man's land for me. But if you go over to ES, if you go a little lower and look at these 6460s, I think Pharm was talking about that a few minutes ago. That might be, I might play off of 6460s if we are holding above this, the bottom of this little volume node, this distribution here. If we're holding above that, I may look for longs generally. But then if we break below this, we could easily take a trip all the way back down through the rest of this range here down to 6400s. But there's end of month this week, and I don't know, it's tricky. We're just barely above the monthly open, so the monthly candle is going to be a doji currently. So kind of indecision on the monthly time frame, but I don't know. It's a bit tricky.
Yeah. No, I agree. Nick, what are you thinking?
Yeah, we talked about that 6460 spot last night. It's something I'm gonna be gauging and just kind of patiently waiting to see who's in control. Like, I don't want to be trying to shorten the hole here when you have, I don't know, whatever, 7 of the last 10 trading days, basically just this acting like a temporary little bottom here, so close to the all-time highs. Like, I don't necessarily want to be playing for the break of that, but I will gladly short if we do get some force from sellers to actually push us below that little volume node that's been building. But I mean, how many touches last week? Leo, I think we were basically trading the same spot on ES last Monday when you and I were on. So still seems like tricky is probably the right word to use. I don't really have much of an edge here. I would be cautious trying to long if that does break. I would imagine then we probably retrace a portion of Friday if we were to lose 60s and perhaps come down towards the 6420s area. I know we were talking about that spot last week too. So yeah, I'm gonna be patient. As Leo said, it's the last week of the month. We have a holiday next week. It's my birthday tomorrow, so
happy birthday, Nick.
To ruin the further celebration from Jim's birthday today and my birthday tomorrow by potentially being very trigger happy this morning and just firing some off.
The Virgos are going to take over the world now.
I mean, why not? It's our time.
It's our time. Oh man, I love that. Yeah, no, I agree with both of you guys. I do like that no man's land comment that Leo made. It could be a bombs away day, but I just get this feeling that not only the opening range, but the initial balance today is going to be way more important than usual. I just get that feeling. I don't know. I don't have anything to base it on, but it just seems that it's going to kind of dictate the pace.
Yeah, we call that vibes, Jim, and we're totally cool with vibes.
Yeah.
So could elderly have vibes? I guess I could have vibes.
You definitely have vibes.
Jim, you're definitely a vibes trader.
Oh my goodness. In any event, awesome guys. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. You're doing double duty today, right? You're trading the open and you're trading the close later on today.
Yes, you not only get to see us once, but twice.
There you go.
Let's hope we don't have a repeat of last Monday's range day that Leo and I had to sit here and trade the exact same price action twice.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you guys are going to be all right. So in any event, again, thanks for being here. Appreciate talking to you guys on this wonderful Monday morning down at the island. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everybody. Thumbs up, folks, on the channel. We greatly appreciate that. Along with that subscribe button. It's free. You guys click on it once. It'll be a good thing. We'd really, really appreciate that. So Having said all that, guys, I am going to dip into the chat and wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes. Speaking of that subscribe button, I heard that massive giveaways were going to be happening at 150K.
I heard something very special is going to happen. So
Something very special.
yes, or many special things are going to happen when we reach 150,000 subscribers on this channel. So before we even get going here on the opening bell, I'm just going to ask everybody, if you have not currently subscribed to this channel, what are you doing with your YouTube watching these days? This is the only place to
Serious
be.
question. Yeah. Serious question.
So hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, and smash the thumbs up so Leo doesn't have to go full streamer boy later in today's session.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Good morning, chat. How are you? This is the only place to be. Agreed.
Leo, how was your weekend?
Uneventful. The baby is babying, and we're doing everything we can to just have a functioning house right now with a baby and a 6-year-old.
I feel you.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's so much fun, yet so much chaos every day. We had a 4-year-old's birthday party this weekend, so I got every life stage between newborns and 5-year-olds running around on Saturday, while my 9-month-old is now crawling and exploring everything. So it was like the most chaotic gathering of my friends I've ever been a part of, because I'm just like constantly head on a swivel watching my child just crawl around the floor. So that was fun.
Yeah. It's crazy. My son, when he was like 2 or 3, figured out how to climb the fridge.
Oh gosh.
And dude, legit, like you could turn and like look for the remote or just do something where you're not paying attention, and within 10 seconds he would have the fridge door open, he would climb up the top of it, and he'd be reaching for the milk to get the milk down.
I mean, that's where, like, as a dad, I'd be like, I don't know if I'm more concerned or impressed that just happened.
Yeah. But that just became a thing for him, and then after a while he just started getting his own milk. Honestly, that's how he did it. He was a climber.
Thankfully, I'm not at that stage yet. We'll see how it goes.
You're not at the stage where you're climbing up the fridge for milk?
No.
It might happen. It might happen, Nick.
It might.
Try a baby and a 2.5-year-old. Yeah.
That I look forward to that someday, because that's probably where the situation that I'm going to put myself in.
What's the logo on your hat? It's for Order Flow Labs.
I wore this hat for you today, Leo.
What hat is that, Callie?
It says cats.
It does say cats.
Yes. It's an Arizona hat, but just wore it for you, big cat.
Oh, that's so sweet. Do you know what? Do you see all the selling into this overnight range here?
Yeah,
on the Delta?
Super interesting.
Yeah. Tons
there
of
was like a number of like 700, then there was a 600, another 700, and then like 2000 near that low.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. Did we see that last time we got on Monday, or is it Monday before that? There was just massive amounts of bids with all these little volume anomalies there.
It might have not been last Monday since we were so range bound, but I remember seeing this recently, something like this in the overnight. Kind of weird to wake up to.
Yeah, definitely.
But who knows? Did you trade on Friday?
Did I trade? Yes, I did. I was part of the insane move out of this opening range here. With small size, so nothing crazy. But what what's great about that is when you rally 300 points with just a couple of contracts, it pays.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought this little pullback here, and I think I covered it, somewhere in the top of this range here, and then I stepped away. It's kind of boring, honestly. You just rallied right to this resistance area, pulled back. There was a really good short.
There was.
From the top, from the bottom of this balance area back through, there's 600 point, or not a 600 point, 100 point short here that played out very well. Your risk was well defined, against the top of this range. But yeah, I don't, when we have that big rally and we just consolidate, after it starts to slow down, I get less interested in continuing to sit there at the desk.
Yeah, that was pretty much what happened to me. I caught a very small trade, a quick scalp, kind of like just shortly after the opening bell, pre-PAL, and then went to the dentist and then came back and saw that exact type of price action where we just had a violent move to the upside and then consolidation. And I was like, I think I'm just going to sit the rest of this day out. I don't feel like chasing, and it seems like the tape has dramatically slowed down. So called it an early Friday.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Relative volume is at 100. I think the good thing is kind of like what Jim was saying, is that Friday was a big news day, right? Monday, new week, we could have a bit of a response to Friday, if you will. So we could potentially be looking for a directional move, based on the fact that, all the participants have had the weekend to go back through the speech and, whatever their positioning is and have to reposition.
Right.
So I'm hopeful for something better than a rangy day, but we'll see.
I really did fumble the swing long and crude, didn't I?
Yeah, I was looking at the crude chart, and you certainly did.
It's really easy to talk a big game about a trade setup that you see versus actually putting money at risk.
It is. That's why those new newsletters are so popular. Yep. The interesting spot that I saw in crude is that you have a very well-defined LVN on the higher time frame profile here, where you have this distribution here and then this distribution here. And so we're coming up into, 64.50 to 64.61, even up into 70s, where this is also prior month low. And so this could be an area of resistance potentially. So that's what I was looking at, before we jumped on stream. I was thinking, I got some brackets set up to trade this if a trade shows up. So I'm not opposed to jumping over to the crude chart. And then other than that, yeah, we've already covered it. So what are we going to do for the next 13 minutes?
I don't know. God, I look at crude from last Sunday talking about this. It's like it gave me a few opportunities to really build into a decent swing with micros, like really kind of scaling into that and watching it. Like
you have nobody to fault but yourself.
I really do, because it's like if you're going to enter a swing, like that's kind of what you want to see. You don't want to just see it off to the races immediately. If it kind of sits there and it's holding the level you're looking for, and you can continue to kind of build into it, that's an A+. So bummer on me. Maybe next time.
So we're gonna have to give you a new nickname.
Nick for all the ticks.
Nick for no ticks.
No ticks.
No ticks, Nick.
Oh, what a bummer. It's fine. I have not taken a good swing trade in like a year. I'm either in and out way too quick, which does not define a swing trade. Like I'm like within a session, I've held it the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Something with me over the last like 9+ months. I've just not been good about actually trading swings with micros.
Do you have you gone to therapy about it?
I decided instead of therapy to just do several hours of additional chart analysis on my weekends instead of going to therapy.
Huh. Let me know
I
how that
think
works
that's
for
the
you.
key.
Oh, all right. What do I think about these large volume nodes here? Not much. I mean, this tends to happen from time to time in pre-market, and I don't know that I've gathered any type of inference or prediction. Does this type of activity predict something? And to be honest, I think the answer is no. I mean, there's at 14, at 99, 79. I mean, you could say, yeah, there's a passive buyer just, averaging into to a market like NQ, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. You can never assume that some of these trades are positional. They may just be, forced, offloading of size or whatever it might be, where they just put a bid in the market, and if they get filled there, they get filled there. They don't really care. They're not directional. They don't, it's just kind of irrelevant to them. I look at more as how the market is reacting to that liquidity being there and that the participants selling into it. And right now, from 80s to 60s, there's a lot of pressure being put on to whoever sold into these bids, right? And so that's the only piece that I would carry forward, is that, there could be some, some buying pressure coming away from this area with all the selling that went into taking those positions and filling them. Do you stream or preach?
Are you a preacher?
I'm not a preacher, but no, I don't. This is the place that I stream, NinjaTrader Live, and that's it. I don't stream and or preach anywhere else. What would a
There's
shrink know about trading? It's a long-standing joke. Um, you know, uh, men would rather do lots of things
then go to therapy.
than go to therapy. It's
So
just kind of a funny.
we take the trader side of that. Just like you'll do thousands of hours of additional technical analysis to try to find an additional edge in the market instead of going to therapy.
Good morning, gang. Would Classic see another green candle for today and get rid of early sellers? Can always sell off later this week, but very interesting after last week's big moves. Yeah. I think the interesting thing for me is, I said when Jim was like, what do you think? And I'm like, we're kind of in no man's land for NQ. And we're also in a bull flag, if you're into those kinds of things. But, we had a nice sell off from the all-time highs and found a bit of a low here, and then it was retested and held. I think that's important context to put together, and then rallied from Friday. And so constructively, bulls are still, they're all, it seems like if you look at the higher time frame, the bulls are always going to control. But as of recently, there's been some pressure on the markets, and bulls definitely held their ground in the 23,000s, right? That doesn't mean that we're going to go to all-time highs, but it does give a bit of constructive to, hey, there was a 4% pullback, kind of garden variety. There's end of month flows coming in. We could rally right to new all-time highs. I'm not opposed to that. But this morning I'm just going to let the market open up a little bit before I jump in right away. Therapy can help immensely with trading. Probably. I wouldn't consider Friday more of a short covering than fresh new positions. I would just consider it we got into a tight range and we're going to expand away from that range one way or the other. And we expand to the upside. Without you guys here, thanks to you, people feels like I'm together in the same boat. Awesome. That's awesome,
We
Logan. Thank
appreciate
you.
Oh, let's see. We got 7 minutes.
Mike Allen doesn't say much, but what he says is worth noting. Time for compression again? I hope not. I hope that we get some type of continuation or reversal. I'm down for either one. Nick, do you have any good dad jokes that we can spit off before the open rolls out?
So I'm not in my dad joke arc yet. I'm still too new of a dad, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like I'm almost 10 months into this journey of becoming a first-time dad. So the dad jokes will come. I just think clearly I need a few more years in this.
Do you know who has the best dad jokes of all time for traders?
Who?
Job.
Does he?
Mm-hmm. He's a dictionary or a library of dad jokes.
I could see it. Oh, back to these 90s. Interesting.
What in 10 months of being a dad has taught you, Nick? Some highlights.
It has taught me the value of your time. I guess what I've learned is like between the hours of 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. or 7:30 to kind of 9:30. That's your sweet spot as a dad to like get anything done you need to get done. Especially like on a weekend. Like that's really it. Otherwise, I feel like my hands are full or my eyes are preoccupied and I'm just focused on other things. So I've become much more appreciative of time in a weird way.
That makes sense. So you value that early morning the most.
I have, but some days
yourself.
I'm just so tired and I don't want to wake up at 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Do you normally get up at 5?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
I used to be like in the gym by 6 kind of person because I used to go to the office at like 7 when I was really working.
Mm-hmm.
So very much fell out of that when I became a full-time trader, and then being a full-time or being a dad now, I would say that has changed my wake windows as well, just because you kind of value sleep, and thankfully we were able to get our newborn to sleep through the night by like 8-9 weeks. So I was not sleep deprived for very long stretches of time. But yeah, I'm like 6:30 is about the earliest I'm getting up these days because I don't need to. I'm not trying to trade the pre-market. I can kind of work out, mosey on over to my desk before the opening bell and feel pretty good about it.
Do you work out in the mornings always?
Sometimes. This morning I did not. So I'll probably, since you and I have a little 3-hour break, I will probably try to work out and eat some lunch between then.
I'm probably gonna do the same.
Yeah, on the weekends, yeah, I usually try to get a morning workout in, so I have the rest of the day. Otherwise, like I'm one of those people. If I don't, it's like I think about it, and then I'm like, I can't do other things until I get that done.
Now, football season is back. Are you you big football guy?
I am. I have because my college absolutely is terrible at football. I am very much more of an NFL person. I have no allegiance whatsoever to any team because I grew up in Southern California post LA Raiders and pre, once again, LA Rams. So I had no Southern California team because I can't, if you live in Orange County, you can't just say you're a Chargers fan when they were in San Diego. So for me, I'm a big NFL guy, so it'd be cool to have college back this week and then the NFL in about 10 days. What about you?
I'm a big college fan, big OU fan. I've been an OU fan since I've basically been here for the last 20 years. I'm not a big NFL guy though. I'll watch games just for, just because I like to watch football, like the sport. But I don't really have a favorite team.
It was funny. I guess I became one of those married guys that had not how he had to make a choice because my wife doesn't care. She she enjoys football too, but I kind of just was like, I'm not going to monopolize the TV Saturdays and Sundays during football season. So I've kind of just made the choice that I'll watch some of the primetime games, but I'm not like watching college football starting at like 11 Central and then going all the way to what used to be like Pac-12 after dark at till 2 a.m. So I'm just not going to be that guy. So for me, I just, I'll watch football until we do my Sunday show. So I'll watch the morning games and then I look forward to everybody else kind of dipping out of NFL Sunday to watch me do the Sunday Open and get prepped for the week. And we're off.
3 seconds early, but that's timed. I remember now for the
yes.
For the
there is we work with the slight delay that exists.
If they rally this thing right out of this range, I'm gonna be kind of annoyed.
I mean, that sitting there with all those, I guess, large bids that came in. Yeah, if we just are off to the races this morning, and that was your kind of easy chance to get long, just casually in the pre-market, that'd be upsetting. But we'll see. I mean, we've been talking about it for the last week plus, but as long as 6460s continues to hold, I mean, I don't really see a great reason to try to not look for longs.
Yeah.
But if that breaks, I mean, it could be violent. I don't know.
Well, the pace is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not a dull open by any stretch.
Nice little reoffer off the Globex VWAP there.
Dumpsky. I think this overnight low getting taken out.
Mm-hmm.
ES didn't. ES
Why
did
would
not. Yeah.
ES just, it's funny because when you look at a long time frame, it's like ES was trying to kiss the all-time high on Friday. NQ is nowhere close.
Right. What do we have do we have any new home sales?
New home sales, and that's pretty much it. The main event's going to be Friday with PCE and U of M.
Right. That U of M survey. Whew,
I love
it. Can be a mover.
That is my favorite, like market spasm reaction.
Yeah.
Every couple weeks whenever it comes out.
Big U of M fan, huh?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of what our whatever survey group they pull from the University of Michigan. I know it's not like that, but I always just like to make the joke that these are like 4 college students giving their perspective on inflation expectations. So it's like Brad, Chad, and Thad from Theta Chi.
Bro, that literally just rolled off your tongue, right? Brad, Thad, Chad.
I've just made that joke.
Were you in a fraternity, Nick?
I was.
Okay, that makes sense.
But that's just always been a random joke that I've made when I first learned about that data release.
What fraternity were you in?
I was a Pi Cap at the University of Arizona.
Gotcha.
I don't even know if we're still on campus anymore. It's like a revolving door fraternities and new rules, and they changed a lot of things with Greek life. But I'm a big fan. I think I would not have gotten my job out of college had it not been for Greek life. So I was very thankful.
Nice.
Yes, does not want to take out the overnight low.
I'm waiting for it, honestly. I'd rather see that and see what we do when that happens, because that's kind of the level, the area that I want to see what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's kind of like NQ. I mean, it's just kind of selling off. I don't have like a good reference in the middle of this, let's call it a God candle. There's really nothing there for me to play off of. So I just want to see what ES decides to do with 6460.
Right.
Any buy location? Not yet. Not for me.
Yeah, probably down towards, what was that, 300 somewhere?
Oh, there's somebody's throwing shade in the chat, Nick. Cheater University, they said.
Cheater University, the University of Arizona? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're the Harvard of the West, but come on.
Is that real?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, I was like, I thought it was just a party college.
You have 350 sunny days a year, and the average temperature is like 80 degrees. Like, I went to school in sandals and like tank tops half the time because
yeah, you guys aren't doing anything.
No. There's a reason Gronk left like Western New York and decided to play for U of A in college.
That makes sense.
This little bit up here. Oh man, okay. CL is just gonna punch me in the face by missing this long.
Oh, it's right into my resistance area, isn't it?
Oh my god. And we talked about this spot last night too. Like, this is where I'd be like cautious, maybe take a couple off if you had done that swing, and just kind of gauge, because you could see some sellers stepping back in around here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hoping like maybe we'll come up here, maybe they'll give me another chance to get in the 63s, 62s, but no. Why would it? I missed the trade. It's gone.
I'm eyeballing a short here.
Like 490s.
Yep.
I just don't. I mean, I could see shorting ES here at the 70s, but
70s kind of the top of a little node on ES. Oh, there's just no, I would need to kind of stall out first for me.
Yeah, I'm going to be patient. HK, let her go and move on. I know. It's time to let CL go.
There's one thing I've learned about Nick is that he has a hard time letting things go.
I do. And part of it is just, hey, I mean, this audience and things to talk about. So naturally, I'm just going to shame myself publicly because it's the only way I'll learn. But yes, Leo knows I will complain about things for a couple weeks because I'm an idiot.
We're here for him.
But
that's what trading with your friends is all about.
Exactly.
Listening to their wins, their losses, their bitching and moaning.
Listening. Listening to their rants. But it's Monday. Had an outlier, not an outlier day, but a violent one-way kind of trend day to the upside last week. It's my birthday tomorrow. I don't know how you celebrate once you're kind of in your mid-30s anymore.
Oh, you just wait till you're 40.
Yeah, that's how it feels now. I'm just like, okay, well, now it's basically just I'm going to turn 40 soon, so.
How old are you? 36?
35.
35. Okay. You got time.
Well, now it's
A
just
lot.
like you just nothing to look. I mean, you don't even know if you look forward to turning 40. It just stares you down.
I, um, I'll let you know. But they say then the 40 is the new 20. I don't quite feel 20.
I definitely don't feel 20. I was like an
But
animal when I was like 20.
we'll see.
Now my bones just crack, like me walking down the stairs. It's not great. I have to have major shoulder reconstruction. I mean, all my birthday is these days is like a nice dinner.
Seeing a little absorption right here again at VWAP. Offers are kind of stepping in right at 10. I'm gonna jump in. Oh, why does this stop so tight?
I got a bad entry. Let's see. I'm in a single NES at 71 and a quarter. Morning, Matt.
I'm just playing this range. So far we've been just demonstrating that we're range bound, and noted this selling at the last time we tagged VWAP, and then there was just a bunch of absorption right there at VWAP again.
So far, pretty tight range.
Please don't bid off of the mid.
But I'm gonna put a limit buy at the overnight low, see if we take out 60, and see if it holds. What's it like going from full-time work to full-time trading? It's a little different and a lot of the same because I feel like you still do dedicate a lot of time and energy the same way you'd put into like hundreds of hours of calls and meetings. Like I spent a lot of time talking to Leo and other people. No, you just kind of have to rechannel that same, I would say, energy that you would put into your job, like into your strategy, your charts, and spending time on screens. But I think this is like the easiest, hardest job I've ever had. It's much more mentally taxing in a weird way. But when it's easy, it really does feel easy.
These guys at 80 are just not.
I know.
Not giving it up.
Someone came right back in at 68s. Did this thing. You got to delete your opening range mid.
I know. I'm legit. Like, come on.
There we go.
Break it. Come on, break.
Come on, really? Oh, yes, don't do it. Yes, just does not want to play ball.
Neither does NQ, Nick.
Well, it's your
Keeps
it's your
popping
dang
off in my
indicator.
mid.
That green line, man. Oh, you stink.
All right. What are we doing? What are we doing? Nothing. We're in the middle of the range. We keep bouncing. All right, whatever. I'll take a little bit of profit. I was looking for more, but you know, they're gonna hold this range right here, this mid here, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten out, but sometimes you have to make a game time decision, especially when you're in just a one lot. And that was my decision to make. I'll wait. I want a better setup.
I really hope they don't just give us very similar price action to last Monday. Now it breaks.
That is trading.
CL's on a tear. I hate my life.
Give me Tuesday's price action and I'll be happy. What happened on Tuesday?
It was like that trend day to the downside. And then Wednesday we had the violent two-way day.
Bears in the chat have been spotted. Chat, what's your you know, do you like have a, you know, I know Pax loves to be short. Or he just trades better from the short side, you know, Stowe trades better from the long side. You guys have a favorite you know, position long or short? Did you guys see the CL chart? No, I haven't looked. What happened? Oh, damn.
King likes to be flat. I capture more points when I short. I'm just not, for some reason, it makes no sense. I just will not allow longs sometimes to fully play out. I just, for some reason, I'm scalping longs. But now we're getting the break.
Holy bitter.
Yeah, that guy, come on.
This is really gonna be fun. I'm gonna have to look for a short setup to take out this low, I think. I could do it against 80.
Can we go to 64s? Like, come on. And it shows my position tracker is missing. Did you see my charts died on me last night as I was trying to create a micro Bitcoin chart?
No, I missed your Sunday stream. What happened?
Well, because you saw the violent 4,000 5-minute candle, 4,000 points to the downside, 5-minute candle on NQ or not NQ on Bitcoin last night.
No, I didn't actually.
Well, there was like at some point in the middle of Sunday, and I was trying to build a chart so that we could see how it kind of opened for futures with the micro Bitcoin contract. And I had one loaded with all my 1 hour in MGI, and then it died. Decided that was too much. Bitcoin is too much. Can't do it.
Bitcoin is the great equalizer for your charts.
It was just apparently the last just one contract too many, and I had to reload everything. So that was funny. If we come to the opening range low here, I may just cover this.
Really? I was thinking about just jumping in the short here at 80s if we get there.
JJ, I'm trading. This is an ES short that I'm in currently. I don't know where my position tracker is.
This Delta put might give me a little pause. Yeah.
Oh, you jerk.
Sometimes it's like that, Nick. Apparently everyone else thinks we're in the middle of nowhere, and we're just ranging. We're in the first 5-minute candle range. Markets got jokes. All right, let's jump in there. Let's get with the 2-lot. For some reason, my stop is super tight.
Hey, bud, can you lay down? I have a dog who's trying to get on screen right now.
Okay, I gotta fix this stop here. All right, we'll get back in this.
Let the dog trade.
Let the dog trade. Give him
He
the
was
buy
just
and
like
sell button.
coming into my lap to try to get attention. I'm like, dude, sit down. There we go. Don't let the dog trade. They buy everything.
ES is the one causing these problems.
It really is. It's the it's the G word, isn't it?
G word, Nick?
Yep.
Do you want to elaborate?
No,
I know what
think
you
we're
mean. I want you to say it.
I think we're good. Why is this not loading for me? This is why we can't have nice things, ES. A new low would be encouraging.
It would. Can we play that that bite?
Yeah,
Let's
make
see
sure
if
you
I can
play
do a Stone
Leo's.
impression. A new low would be encouraging. There we go.
Now we got it. Now it's time. This is pretty gross. I mean, yes, stuck in a 6-point range. Like, come on. Apple butter, so am I, but they haven't stopped me out yet.
Oh.
So this is fun, huh, folks? Oh, lovely. We have Trump signing executive orders in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, and new home sales in 6.
Yep. Maybe something will break us out of this range.
Preferably to the downside.
Yes.
Yep.
That's how it feels, guys.
Spot on.
We're just in the elevator with no idea which direction it's going to move.
Hmm. Man, I don't really have any commentary here other than try to scratch out of this, or if we rotate through it just swiftly, then see if I can't run to the low again.
I still think it's going to break this.
I do as well. I just don't want to sit in it for 45 minutes waiting for it to happen.
I mean, what else are we going to do?
Good point, Nick. Good point. I just got stopped. So markets have decided for me. There's sellers at 95.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I need to be, 95.
I mean, what else are we going to do? There are also buyers below 95, apparently.
Thanks, Kane.
Oh, man. I mean, this is... Okay. So Tracy's reminding us that Trump is usually late to these things.
Navigating a 60-point range.
After all that, it's probably going to stop me out.
That sounds fun.
Nice.
Well, let's see what the 9 a.m. numbers do for us.
Yeah, man. Do I want to hold this in pending home sales?
You're still short?
Yeah.
Okay.
My stop's tight. I don't know. Maybe I'll cut this and just wait to that and then maybe re-enter.
Tweet something to Trump to make him move this one way or another.
I'm just gonna get out.
Do you think he would respond?
Probably. So I'm gonna wait, see how pending home sales and the first 30 minutes shakes out.
Look at that. See, I'll get in a bit of a rotation down from the 6470. $30. What are we going to get? Uppies or downies?
Yes. I feel like, have I just not been paying attention to pending home sales? I feel like it's been or maybe it was new home sales, the other one. Well, let's see. And would I have been stopped? Yes, I would have been stopped out. So good scratch.
A little bit of an exhaustion move into that high. Makes me want to short it. Took one here at VWAP. Pull my stop in. This isn't a I still want to give this trade room, but if we breach this high, I don't want to be in the trade anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm looking at this as a potential for like a reversal back through the range. So if we just rally from, we were selling from VWAP, now we're bidding from it right now. So if we just come make a new high, then the market's going up and I'm not going to fight it. But with that little exhaustion, I'm just using that as an opportunity for a potential scalp.
Yeah, pretty much went up. What? Oh, well, I guess someone said London was closed, or we had a bank
450.
holiday. Let's see.
Also the weekly pivot, which I don't have on this chart, but have it elsewhere. Bank holiday in the UK. Kane didn't tell us.
Yeah, Kane. I'm not up to, I mean, I get enough crap from my Euro trader friends when the US has random holidays because they just like to complain about it.
Where
yeah,
was
I
the
didn't even know.
notification, brother?
Kane, do you get mad though when the US is on holiday and you guys are like normal, like next Monday?
Who cares about it?
Fair.
I don't, clearly. I only get annoyed when it is the days leading up to holidays, just the market dies. That's what's annoying to me.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe we won't Friday because uh, the end of month flows will be in the room with us. And then we will go on a nice little holiday. Yes, Dio. Next Monday, the US is on a holiday once again. Your favorite time. Back up to this weekly pivot again. I'm like out of frame repeatedly here.
Cool. We got stopped in the runner, or the not really a runner, just the last piece of it.
Kind of sad
Well,
we didn't get an RTH test of 60s.
right?
That's all I wanted. A
We're
chance
gonna have to
watch
write
it, to
into
be
the
honest.
CME and let them know.
I mean, I will write a very firm, like angry letter to the CME, the CBOE, everybody. And why? I'm just going to start saying acronyms.
Yeah, now is a good time to. For me, it's just a good time to reset. We have this large volume anomaly down here. I mean, we saw this bid, come in, but we're starting to break out to the upside. And my approach is not a buy high and sell higher,
Not good at that
methodology.
either.
So it's just not a great trade for me. I don't have a good setup here. So I'm just gonna have to wait for something to happen. I would watch what we do here at Friday's close. There's also a liquidity zone, so that just means there was a ton of offer liquidity that was taken right around this range. So lots of buyers and no movement higher, and that's what we're seeing. If you look to the left over here, I'll just move my charts so that you guys can see. So earlier in the session in Globex, there was this activity here. And so I'll watch and see what we do here. But, if there's no reaction there, then I would be looking primarily for pullbacks to join this move, because we had a very tight, consolidated type of range. We're starting to break away from it. And so the worst thing you can do, just as a trader, in my opinion, is when a lot of traders are more mean reverting styles than anything else. And so if you can't recognize that you're starting to break out from a range, then you have a problem, because you're consistently trying to put on like a mean revert trade and the market's breaking out, right? So you don't want to do that. So for me, it's just kind of hands off until I get a good setup that's going to get me within the direction of that breakout. Or we find some type of resistance, some area, and we get some type of order flow activity that confirms that a short idea may still be appropriate, but not right now for me, regardless of what happens in the next 10 minutes. 560. Yeah, I mean, I do like that idea. We would just need to see what happens up there if we get there.
Yes, doesn't want to party with NQ right now.
Still waiting for Trump, but he is expected to sign 2 executive orders Monday, aiming to end cashless bail in Washington and nationwide to crack down on crime. Okay.
Interesting.
Don't go to jail.
Yeah. Don't do bad things. 74s.
What page do you check the news? I look at Forex Factory. They usually have like news, the economic news releases, but there's plenty of places for that type of data.
Mhm.
And you could also just be on the show and Tracy gives you all of the data real time in the chat every day.
Yep. This is the place to be, as we said earlier.
And we did say that.
150,000 subscribers.
Hey, Nick, should we save some likes for Stowe when he gets on, or should we just take them all up? Should we just?
We need to take them all because he's going to take credit for them regardless.
Okay.
The transitive property, they are his likes as soon as he kind of meanders on in here at like 9:57.
Okay, chat, you know what to do. Hit the like button. Just give us a thumbs up. It's free.
Make sure you are subscribed to this channel.
Click subscribe and like. But we appreciate you guys for jumping on, being active in chat, asking questions. That helps us because, sometimes there's just not something to do necessarily. Like right now, for me, I'm just a watcher of this move.
Legion, NVIDIA earnings are Wednesday after the bell, not today.
Are you bullish or bearish NVIDIA earnings, Nick?
I mean, it's hard to be bearish, to be honest. Like, I don't know how you can when they are the manufacturer of every chip and whatever this AI race becomes. So I'm not looking to short NVIDIA. Do I think it's very frothy and probably a little overbought? I would have loved to have more back towards the hundreds for the very small amount that I was able to purchase on the last dip in May. But yeah, it's hard to want to bet against Jensen these days.
So Dr. Steve says, so NVIDIA calls before Wednesday. Thank you.
I'm probably not doing that.
Full port, nonetheless.
Godspeed to our single stock options traders who want to get, I think the implied volatility, the implied move is like 7.5%, and it will probably grow by Wednesday.
Calls are going to be super expensive. That's right, Kane.
Yeah, I think last time I saw it was like pricing in a 7.75%, almost 0.75% move. So,
oof. I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but NVIDIA had the insane breakout. That, and NQ, obviously, there was just a insane candle overnight, in the overnight markets or whatever from the NVIDIA earnings. And we held above that range. Every time we tested the range and we held it and we just continued to march higher, it was just the craziest level that you could trade from for like weeks. You could literally just buy it every time we tested it, like with both hands, and you would be fine.
a lot of NVIDIA fans in the chat. Like I said, I'm a fan. I'm probably not going to buy it here. I would just love a dip back a lot lower, to be honest.
I'm a big NVIDIA fan. I've got one on my computer. It makes it faster. Considering getting short here with the EAD, there's some decent amount of offer absorption in this range. I might take a stab at it. Yeah, let's go. I might be at the worst entry possible, but what are you gonna do? Sometimes you're just late and you just have to deal with it.
Oh, yes. Are you going to do it now?
She's looking pretty weak. I just glanced over.
Yeah, but once again, your fabled green line is standing in my path.
The mid.
Not sure what to do about it outside of just delete the opening range.
Yeah, just if you pretend that the opening range doesn't exist, Nick, then it won't be a problem.
It won't hurt me anymore. I mean, I'm not in a trade, so it can do what it wants. At this point, I took the stab trying to short whatever 71s. So we'll see if I get a better opportunity to long this in the low 60s, or if we're going to violently break out of that volume node, which I just don't believe anymore.
Okay, I might be going 0 for 2, and that is the case. So not a great result for me for a Monday, right out the gates. So we're gonna have to gain some ground here. The entry was terrible. I'll just be honest about that. Basically I'm selling into the low of this little range. And so for me to be very honest with you guys, that was just a terrible entry. And that's also going to make me hesitant to take the actual trade that I would have wanted, which is up here. Whether that works or not, I would still, I would have taken the trade. That's the correct way to look at this if you're seeing that bearish activity. But that's the truth of it. So couple of caught a couple of short scalps that worked. And then a couple of trades that didn't work. So I'm not up a lot, not down a lot. But that's trading. Monday the activity is a little bit of a tricky read in my opinion. We came into the market with that idea that we were just kind of in the middle of nowhere. And you know what? It's just not clear for me. It's not the entry, but wanted to know what you see behind it. Oh, cool. Thank you. Mondays give me anxiety. Case of the Mondays. See, this is that spot. And, unfortunately I'm going to sit out just because I've had those 2 poor executions. So I'm going to give myself time to just reset mentally. Do you feel pressure to trade on NinjaTrader Live? Yeah, it is difficult. I would say that I don't necessarily feel pressured to trade. Nobody from NinjaTrader is, tapping us on the shoulder like, hey guys, take some trades. But it is a trading show. We're looking for obviously you guys are here to to see what type of trades we're executing. And so there is an inherent, I would say, just like it's always like on my shoulder, like, hey, don't sit there and do nothing, buddy. I know that you guys don't think that, but that's just my own demon on my shoulder. Jackson trades. Yep, for sure. You can do that. Less is more at times. Yes. The people want to show. I don't think that's the case. I think we want to talk through constructive activity. Kane is trying the short again, if not going to touch grass. I mean, I still like it for whatever it's worth, Kane.
Dang it.
I think the interesting thing is that the strength of NQ is really not being, followed by ES. And so for me, I'd rather, and this might be opposite of some people, but I'd rather look for some type of area to get short in NQ, looking for that ES weakness to eventually resolve to the downside. I really want to jump in this. There's so much absorption here at 50s.
I'm going to try this on ES again.
I'll watch your trade.
You're going to live vicariously through me right now?
Yep.
Like a point higher than my initial entry earlier. So same general setup, kind of leaning into the top of this 5-minute opening range high and seeing that absorption there. I don't really love shorts. If we can pop this above like 76, 77s, I think I'm done looking for shorts at that point. I just want to see 60 just tag, take out the overnight low. Like we had the opportunity off the open and they just decided to not want to do it. I mean, ES is like barely moving this morning. I'm just shocked we're back into this same dang range that we were in last Monday in ES, where 60 is the generational floor.
Right?
It was weird, and I kept like talking about it last Sunday during my prep show. I'm like, this is the level it needs to break, and I'd be looking to lean into longs, and it gave you like several opportunities. There we go. There's a nice flush. So that although that absorption we were seeing, but the dang opening range mid needs to let go. Oh my God, I hate your 5-minute opening range mid so much today.
All right, Nick. I'm very sorry.
I hate it. Like, what the heck? Come on. Kane, I don't blame you for touching grass. This is awful. Jim, I want it to just go away so we can go to 60 and then it can act as continued support for the rest of the session if it wants to. At least everybody in the chat is feeling my pain and frustration with ES this morning. NQ's actually provided a couple decent moves to trade off of.
Yep.
ES is just terrible. I don't know why I trade this thing sometimes.
It's going to be patient. It's just every time I look at the ES chart, I'm like,
Still at
okay, so
70.
you're still there. Nothing's changed. All right. Cool story.
Could have just traded CL and chilled. Oh, I hate you, yes. Yeah, I don't love that. Well, yeah, I don't think he's at the mic yet.
Oh my goodness, I clicked the wrong button. That's the thing with hotkeys is if they're too close to you, sometimes you just misclick.
I still need to set up hotkeys. Just a brick wall at 40s right now.
Mm-hmm. Is Gamma in the room with us, Nick?
It is, unfortunately.
Leo has XL text on his phone.
Are they saying you're blind?
What does that mean? That's like a weird comment. Just noticed
It's just like nothing's moving.
it.
Mondays.
The market's got a case of the Mondays. Apparently, I've got a case of the Mondays. I still like the short,
I do too.
honestly.
The new home sales little pop, but otherwise nothing has really changed from ES's perspective.
Mm-hmm. The only thing is all this sell delta into, it's like every time we pull back, they just get sellers that just get stuck.
Are they just going to launch us up towards 600s again? My target is
0
down towards 60s. Basically, just take out the overnight low, and I'd be very happy. But I hate this. I want it to actually make a move.
The Intel deal is done.
Yeah, is that a good thing that the U.S. government owns 10% of a U.S. based company? I don't know.
Well,
Sounds like it'll be a case study in a lot of different things in the future.
somebody asked me, are buyers or sellers getting stuffed right now? And I said both.
Yes.
Stalemate.
Just
Where's the
continuing to
meme?
build
We
this
need
little node.
the Spider-Man meme where they're on the back alley against
They're pointing
just
at each
pointing
other.
at each other. Everyone is stuffed. That's for sure.
Well, we'll see if the turn here and
One
does
second.
anything. IB is set. And nothing. Okay. Thank you for playing. The overnight has moved more than the hour of this trade. And yes. Cool. Are you sure RVol is in 0 on ES?
Pretty sure. It is coming down in NQ. It was at 100 when we started. It's down to 90.
Oops.
Any ideas for shorts on CL? Thinking around this range, yeah, I think on the higher time frame, if you just look at this volume node, you might be able to make a case for a stop at 80s. But yeah, I mean, this would be the area for some type of resistance in CL between 70 and the 80s. So that'd be the area that I'd look at on right around here. You might a 20 tick stop loss in CL for what you would expect to get at least a 50 cent or $100 move is a pretty good risk to reward. So the setup is there for sure.
I'm just not able to short CL ever.
Nick is scared to short the CL.
I'm a perma-bull crude oil. Meanwhile, it can go negative.
Did you watch the day it went negative?
That's when I first started watching futures. I wasn't
Mhm.
trading them actively, but it kind of piqued my interest. Was literally during that COVID thing when it went negative, and then slowly started trying to understand futures contracts. And then in 2021, kind of casually started trading them.
It was almost like that move was telegraphed by the CME because weeks beforehand they said, we will let this contract go negative.
Interesting.
What happened to the people that bought the contract when it was negative? Great question. Yes, Tracy, we know. Crude is your favorite. Do you like the short up here? I mean, it doesn't look great on there's a bit of a shelf right here. I would expect this to get run. And then maybe if that fails, try the short. But if you're swing trading and you're just putting the position on, that's not a bad spot either.
Yeah. I
For
kind
like
of this to kind of the mid 65s if you were still in the swing, but
yeah. Do you swing trade it, Tracy, or do you trade it intraday? Is there 100 lot sitting in queue?
1,000 lot,
521.
he says.
521? Where?
I don't see 1,000 lot.
I don't either. The people who are good at oil are really good at oil. I agree. Because I know that I'm not very good at it, and I'm definitely not very good at it.
Oh, I just want to scratch out of this trade.
Oh, you're still
Scratch.
sitting in this thing. Holy cow.
I mean, even NQ hasn't really moved much more than 20 points, but is this the moment that it punches up to 570s?
Someone has that vibe.
All that selling in both.
Ooh.
I need to stop trading Mondays with you, apparently.
Right?
Clearly, it's us. So they just give us a, a very tightly wound D-shaped profile for the first 2 hours of the day. Now, I'll be even more upset if I come back here to my desk around lunchtime after I work out and see that we are still in set range.
I think the minute that I said I'm going to try this, the bid just came in. So that's cool. That's my sign to just get out. I'm not even going to let the stop hit me. Damn, what a bad trade. I'm just a fade this morning.
That's usually when I'm like, okay, I need to get out of the desk for a little bit. It's like as soon as I press the button, it just immediately like moves, like not even a tick in my favor, and then just stops me out. I'm like, I'm done. All right. How am I still in this trade?
Some days you're the bug. Some days you're the windshield. And today I'm the windshield. No, so today I'm the bug. Man, I've got to drink more coffee. Yeah, they definitely don't want me in this market. I'll tell you that. Just got to sit in your hands and wait for a good setup. That's the name of the game. I can't wait for Stowe to jump on and be like, yeah, so I'm long from like 100 different places.
Saw that big 770 came in and got long with it, and
Yep.
I'm chilling. I mean, that big 700 guy that did come in. I mean, I guess that was our sign. The Dawn, yeah, we can totally bet on if Stowe is long and from what price. I'd guess somewhere between 460s to 470s.
I'm gonna go with added at 516, 520.
Yep. He's really good at those ads, man. This trade has been in like 4 points of profit, 3 points against me.
You're still in it.
I'm still in it. At this point, I'm just
Nick for a tick is holding for way more than a tick.
This is what happens when you get stuck trading ES sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, ES hasn't moved, so I guess you haven't had to do anything.
I missed the swing trade in CL, so ES is making up for it by trying to make me turn this into a swing trade with how long I've been in this trade.
Mm-hmm.
With the way I scalp NQ sometimes, like this is a swing trade.
It feels like it to me.
Like some of those like 30-second trades in NQ, and then I'm in this for literally 40 minutes.
Starting to move. NQ starting to move.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can lose 40s and actually have some fun here.
Just waiting for that, waiting for that Friday close.
Yes, this is in fact my ES chart. It's not broken. This is just literally the barcoding that it's been doing all morning.
Fatfish says, patience, children, patience.
I think that's why so many traders on X and the younger generation of traders trade NQ is because they have no patience. They have no attention span, myself included.
I feel attacked.
I mean, I don't think I really didn't start like really trading NQ until I started hanging out with you. So,
which is also when you started to make money.
I mean, it's when I took that like next step in this journey to feel like, okay, I am going to survive doing this. When the profitability actually started really coming in. Versus just kind of being flash in the pan type weeks. Come on. I need someone to go down to the CME and please unplug and plug back in ES.
Let's turn off the buy program and turn on the sell program. There's a knob, right?
Yes. But they don't want us to know about that. There we go. Let's do it. Let's just break that opening range mid. We need the just send it hat. It's somewhere else. I can't grab it. It's like over there somewhere.
You have a just send it hat?
Yeah.
Sick.
It's brown camo. Has a little 50 cal for the eye.
Yeah, 530 if they break. We could definitely see back to the open. Whoever called that out, it's a good spot. Ferry. There's so much neg delta right in that area. So if we get below it. Fireworks to the downside. Nick gets paid.
I mean, I'm not asking for a whole lot. I'm just in a single, like just trying to get this full rotation back towards 60s. Like that's all I'm asking for. And the market just
Nick is asking for 10 points in rotation.
Which is the entire profile for today. So maybe I'm a little greedy, whatever.
You know, looking at the ES chart, there's just tons of looks to what I would see is just absorption. Every tick above where we're at now is just nothing but offer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take at this point. He's staying 40s. Still holding. I'm just in one ES mini.
I'm in no anything.
It's Monday. I usually just kind of size down a touch and feel it out a little bit.
Where's the background music? Turn that elevator music back on.
Oh, I thought you guys could hear my background music for a second. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've got this.
Maybe that'll trigger the flush.
I mean, we might need a new low would be encouraging sound effect again in a few minutes. Oof.
The markets hate us, Nick. They do.
It's, you know, they're doing this on Jim's birthday,
ranges.
my birthday at midnight. It's just rude. Like, you got to celebrate it. Yes, Cooper, the overnight low test would be very nice. That's all I'm asking.
Nick has been asking for that test for an hour.
I mean, I really thought off like that initial flush in the first 2 minutes of this that we were just going to take it out real quick. And then I could have gotten long. Nope. They hate me. I mean, I can try. Let me see if I can.
Did we do it?
I'm going to manifest a sell. So I'm going to change the colors. I'm literally going to manifest this market to sell down to the overnight low.
Oh, should I go red too? I was already red.
Yeah.
But I went to green.
I mean, you're asking for a new high for some reason.
Blue. Blue meaning lots of absorption. Markets can't go higher. The blue light is bright.
I feel like when I do blue, it's like too dark in here. I have a feeling NQ is going to punch this up towards the week open here in a second. All of this selling going nowhere. And here we go. At this point, I'd just welcome getting stopped out of this trade.
It was at this moment that Nick wishes he was no longer in the trade.
At this point, I'm ready to, I got to come back this afternoon. What was that?
Me just.
Oh, I thought that was.
I want this thing to break for you.
But since I have to come back, Trump's talking now, so lovely. Maybe this will be the moment. But I got to come back this afternoon and trade that with you. Otherwise, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to touch grass and look forward to my birthday tomorrow.
So you're going to be 36 then tomorrow?
Yes.
Sick. So do you have any plans?
Just doing a nice dinner. I haven't celebrated my birthday in like 2 years.
Are you going to go somewhere, or are you going to do it,
Yeah, we're going back to what is just the most overrated restaurant in Dallas. I think I'm doing Nick and Sam's.
Texas Roadhouse.
No, that is. Those rolls are delicious.
They are good.
But yeah, we're gonna do the Dallas staple known as the most overpriced steakhouse, Nick and Sam's.
Okay.
It's good. It's fallen off a little bit over the last couple of years, but
what do you usually get when you go there?
Usually like a cowboy ribeye kind of thing, split it with the wife. Glass of wine will be good.
Are you a red wine kind of guy?
Mm-hmm. I'm a big cab guy when I do drink, which is not that often, to be honest, anymore.
I love some cab.
It doesn't. I don't know. My body does not function well anymore with alcohol. So
Nick, you're acting like you're 60, brother.
I feel like it some days. No, but like the high-end steakhouses have gotten overrated to me over the last few years because I've really learned how to get a good crust from a good charcoal sear or a good sear.
That is the problem when you know how to grill. And if you make a good steak and your wife is like, so the most expensive place that we used to go to, she's like, I just don't even want to eat their steak anymore.
I'm really going for just a good, it's a good steak. I'm not going to complain. Some good mac and cheese and the rainbow birthday cake that they do, which is just like Instagram worthy that people share because it's just absurd and ridiculous, but the cake's good.
Nice.
Yeah, wine is cheaper at home. So here's the thing with wine in restaurants. I grew up and spent a part of my like early 20s still living in Southern California. So I was used to like corkage fees where you could bring a very nice bottle of wine, pay $15 to $20 in a corkage fee and actually just enjoy that.
California, take it home?
Huh?
You take it home, you're saying?
You basically bring your own bottle and you pay.
So
you could get you could buy a good $100 bottle and bring it to a restaurant where they'd be charging like $500 for it.
There's places around here that does that.
Texas, that's like not a thing. Last time I've called and asked if they do that, they like made me think I was crazy for like, that's not a thing. Like we don't do that. And it's weird that you asked. I was like, what? Like most restaurants in California, I feel like offer that. Maybe because
that
it's
makes
a wine
sense.
state. Oh, we still can't move. New York does that too.
Mm.
But yeah, I think that's the whole problem. When I think if you're half decent with a grill or half decent cook, like I like to think of myself that I am.
Do
Sometimes
you like what's your preferred way? You go reverse sear, rest it, and then like you bring
I
it up to kind of rest it, and then just sear it hard.
I do a good reverse sear on a tri-tip. That's like my favorite reverse sear to do.
Really, I hate tri-tip.
Really? It's
I hate.
the same thing. I'm a California guy, so that's a cut we always seem to use and have. I make a good tri-tip.
I like tri-tip cooked like a brisket. I don't like tri-tip any other way.
I do like a short smoke when I do the reverse sear. So like I'll
Right,
do a lower one to almost like let it rest kind of with that smoke, if that makes any sense. But
right.
I don't know. I've found a good way to do it. People have seemed to enjoy it, but it's just to differentiate the other cuts because I do a ton of ribeyes. Um, I mean, I've got so much random meat that I need to. I told my wife I'm just gonna like close my eyes and go to the deep freezer and pull something out, and like that's what I'm cooking in the next 2 days. As
My
a
deep freezer is empty right now, Nick.
you need to
I have no
clearly.
briskets. I have no, nothing. I think we might have some like a few filet mignons, but other than that, it's empty, bro.
Time to load up
And
power.
the funny thing about it is, my neighbor bought. We use lumberjack pellets like exclusively. I won't use any other pellet for my smoker. It's cheating. I get it. You have a offset smoker. You're the professional, whatever. I don't care. I can turn mine on and go walk away and it works.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode too, which is why I still use the pellet more than I use my Kamado
So
to low smoke.
I refuse to use any other pellet except for lumberjack because that's just high quality stuff. And my neighbor has one of the top end pellet smokers, like super expensive. He's like, this is all he does on his spare time, kind of thing. I don't remember the name of it. It's like silver, whatever, a Yoder maybe. And he's like, I'm gonna order a pallet, and he messaged a bunch of people in the neighborhood, and I was like, yeah, I'll take 20 bags off of you. So I have 20 bags
With
of
no meat.
with no meat. My wife was like, you're gonna have to start smoking some meat because we have 20 bags of pellets in the garage.
Hey, Stowe.
Good morning, boys. We talking about meats?
We're
Yeah,
talking
lots of
about
meat
meats.
because the market's not
Nice.
moving.
The market is. This is Stowe's market. Where are you long from?
Yep.
I am long from 462.
Oh, I win.
Oh, damn.
I said
But you didn't even
460 to
add on the
470.
516?
No, I have put plenty of loot into the market today. So I just have my stop at 511.
Huh.
And I'm looking for 595.
Already.
So no, I did not add. I actually did take a short off of RTH Open the second time it kicked there. But I don't know. I didn't watch. I'm sorry, I'm a bad friend. I didn't watch the pre-market stream. Did you see that dude buying 1 million lots down here, 460, 470? Yeah.
Called it out and then tried to get short against it to take that ledge out, but it didn't work.
Well, it was. I mean, it
Didn't
looked like
work.
it was going down until somebody just fired in this.
Yeah. He was like, hey guys, hello, I'm here.
But
I've got more.
when we added or when we saw that come in and we were asking the question to the chat, like where the chat was asking rather, where is Stowe long from? I was thinking back to that order and I'm like, Stowe probably saw that, waited for a little confirmation and probably fired in there somewhere in the 60s. So
Yep. Well,
boom.
I did. I tried it first at the first overnight low stop run. I got half off and then stopped on the second half. Then I tried short up here from the RTH Open, pulled that off, and then once we got down here and saw Bubble Guy, this maniac, I was like, all right, let's party. Let's get to the G line. Let's stop messing around. It's Monday.
It is.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a pretty good party so far.
Nice trade.
I have the same steak problem. in my life. I'm like, I would rather just go to the good butcher that's like 30 minutes away and pay $30
That's
to
the
make it
thing.
at home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, they're proud of their meats.
Yes.
Usually, if you find a good butcher, it's not cheap. So, just cook it yourself.
We
So
have
much
this
better.
It is.
we have this new place that is they just opened up this year, and they are a farm conglomerate. So it's like 6 farms got together and built this butcher / meat market, and so they all process their own meat and sell it directly there. It's kind of in the center of all of their farms. It's so good, dude. Worth the drive for sure.
Quick thing, Stowe.
Yes.
It's Jim's birthday today.
Oh, I know.
And
It's Jim's birthday.
You are a singer. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
We got to bust it out. I mean, when he comes back and talks to me, we're gonna get into it for sure.
Okay.
He better not be off. Is he working on his birthday?
He's working.
He's working. He's here.
Yeah, he's here.
That's good. Ooh, we gonna get another single print up here. Ooh.
We got one. It's the grinding.
They still won't stop me out.
They can still. Nick is in the short, or maybe he'll still be in the short this afternoon.
I'm not going to take this off just to see, is it possible that I'm still in this trade this afternoon?
ES has definitely been a different story today than NQ. Yeah, the Dow must be losing money. That's my only guess. I haven't looked at it, but that's my guess. But the NQ is very happy.
Good morning, XYZ. Thank you for waking up.
Hey, good morning. I was thinking about, how we're trying to get to the 150K subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this before you guys leave. Do you think it is appropriate or inappropriate to offer to give bread away as part of a a contest? Like, am I liable for making food for people? Like, what if that goes wrong? Is that a stupid idea? I was trying to think of something I could give away, and I don't really have anything. I was like, I shipped Elias that bread, and that worked.
Yeah, I'm going to go with no. That's
All right,
probably not a good idea.
Fair enough.
But the thought does count. I think, the chat should appreciate the thought. Are you Jesus?
If I poison Elias, that's fine. But if I poison a listener that I don't know, not as fine.
I'm sure Elias is glad that you didn't poison him.
Well, not yet. It might be one of those like slow poisons.
Trojan horse.
It strikes around September.
Well, brother, we have to be back this afternoon.
Yeah,
so
get out of here, guys. Go chill.
I'm gonna go hit the gym.
Sounds good. All right, Nick, where are you short from? Where's your stop? Just so I know.
75 and a quarter. Yes.
All right, cool.
We'll see if I survive.
All right. Thanks, buddies. I'll see you in a bit.
Peace.
Later, buddy.
Good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. How did my dudes do on likes? What do I get to take credit for right now? Are we at least at 500? Hey, Tracy, good morning. Good morning, Cooper. Good morning, Throne Shop. Good morning, Caden. Good morning. Hey, Edwards. Yeah, NQ's so strong. ES a little grouchy. A little in its feelings here. But I'm staying long until this breaks. It's actually been a pretty nice trend hold up here. My London OR is gone, but it is, let's see, 524. Yeah, that's right. It's right in here. So this is the London 30-second opening range. Let me see. We'll put it back on. I don't know why this happens. What color green do you guys want today? I think it's this MGI here. Let's go with Chartreuse. Who doesn't love chartreuse? Let's go with that. Beautiful. Oh man, that's a gross screen. Awesome. All right, cool. So yeah, this served as a very good pivot. It was not the world's most awesome pivot overnight. It was definitely auctioned a little more than I like to see it when I'm going to use it as a hard pivot like that. But you know, once we cleared it, it's been all up ever since. We have a confirmed single print, so that's good from the point of view of trend continuation. And I am trying to get to the weekly open, which is here at 5. It's at like 602, 23,602. We might pull off a little bit in front of it though, so that's why I have this at 595. It is a extremely unlikely situation where we would run the overnight low and the overnight high. However, ES has not run its overnight low yet, so it has not checked off that stat. So something you got to be cognizant of is that maybe one's going to do it, the other one's going to do the other one. You know, no stats are perfect. It's just a guide. But yeah, I'm comfortable to sit and chill here. Actually, we'll put it at 599. Yeah, ES is finally making some progress out of its range. It's been building and building and building. So let's see if it can get up to at least its previous day close. It's just 64.83. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable expectation. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, if I hope that Leo and Nick, I assume that they would. I was not listening to the stream, but pre-market down here, I was actually long pre-market, which is something I don't do because this is how many people were buying right here. This 465, 470, 480 spot. I got out before the open just because that's, it's a wiggly time and I had plenty of points in. So I had built a nice buffer before before the open, which is always nice for me. Trying to swing a little harder on this account. Pax kind of motivated me a little bit on that over the weekend. I don't know if he meant to do that or not, but he did. So yeah, I was just looking for this spot to be respected down here, this 465 buyer, and then 450 guy smashed it. Pretty easy work for me, but that's the setup that I look for, and will take 1,000% of the time. And luckily, there was no news today with that. So, yeah, Gene, the green block. Well, it's not a pivot. It's just the green block is the London open 30-second opening range. So 3 a.m. Eastern time, I take the first 30 seconds of that and I create a little zone there. And I use that as like it's like that's the most I care about Globex information. I take that. Are we above it? Are we below it? That just gives me a clue on that London positioning. And then I also go back and, this is all I really do pre-market prep. I just go back and look at this and see how, like, sometimes, and you can do this with your own, with your own charts. Just put this on there and just go back through a bunch of days. Occasionally, the London opens and it is extremely unidirectional. It just goes one way or another, usually up. But because I primarily trade this time from 9:30 to 12:30, which includes the end of the London session, that's why I care about that positioning a little bit. So yeah, it's often a good pivot, just a good reference point for me. But check it out yourself. See if you see anything there. Yeah, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good morning, Armgarber. Nice. Okay, Trump is just signing the EO on cashless bail. Okay. That's good for those of us that expect to eventually be arrested. I don't know if that's you guys. I don't think it's me. I'm pretty old to get into too much trouble anymore, but never know. Thanks, Apple Butter. Good morning, Happy Crab. Good morning. Hey, Drunk Radish. Good morning, brother. How are you today? So I can't make and send bread to a stranger, Leo says. Okay. Okay. That's fair. Maybe I'll just keep that. Maybe I'll just keep that in the NinjaTrader family. Maybe that'll be a good. There's a bread law. It's close to bird law. Yeah, it must be the Dow. Has anybody looked at the Dow? I'm sure must be in its feelings a little bit. Pull it up. Yeah, not anymore, but it was. Okay. Sawing off a little bit here. I will look for an ad if this stays respected. I'm trying to watch this build right now and see if we're making new. Yikes. That's what's been snap bid back all day in NQ. There is a very angry buyer. I'm actually going to push this up. We might be able to get more out of this baby. I don't want to cut myself short on that rummer. What do we got so far? 143.50. Look at this guy partying. Much respect. Okay, but broke the IB and ES. Yeah. No reason to stop now. Let's see when we get to the weekly open. Okay, Jeff, 6477. That's an aggressive long on ES, but I hope it works for you. On a day when ES is like auctioned this much, I don't like to take those range expansion ES trades. I mean, it really spent a lot of time. It's kind of already rechecked it though. Yeah, no, good luck, homie. I hope you get that. I don't really. Yeah, the thing with ES is it's harder for me to play those. Like snap catch the break out of the zone. Like NQ will snap 10 points occasionally when that happens. So if you're able to get right up against it and get a good entry, you can get that first scalp off on NQ. ES is harder for me to ever grab that because it's so freaking thick, you know. But I mean, it's cruising, so It seems like it's back in a good mood again. Yeah, that's fair, Jeff. Chubby Panda, does London range matter when London is on vacation? Yeah, I still keep it there. I've found that even when like London is on a holiday, there's still robots that exist in the night that trade, the same stuff. I don't know if those are all like the thing about the market. The way I think about it is, a lot of that stuff in Globex is just programming. You see pops at certain times, and I've found that even when London's on vacation, that's still a good pivot to keep in mind. But it's only good if there's if we're above or below it. Sometimes we open right inside of that thing, and it's like, okay, this is not a useful place anymore, Hey, XY, good morning. I do have a pretty good runner going. Not too shabs. Good Monday. I like Mondays. They're good for me. Hey, good morning, Chris. What's up, brother? Oh, wait. He's going to eliminate cashless bail, not support it? Okay, so bad news for those of us who plan to get arrested. But good news for those of us who plan to get arrested and have cash. So keep that in mind. Hey, Bruce. I do mostly trade NQ. I am going to put an ES chart up. I tried to make it last night, and my eyes stopped working. I had stared at a screen too much over the weekend. Because I'm trying to make this, I'm trying to do all these write-ups and make videos about the way I execute and the way I look at different day types with VWAP bands and high time frame stuff. I don't know. I thought it was going to be like 2 videos, and then I started storyboarding it all out, and it's going to be like 10. Either way, I went down a crazy long rabbit hole for myself last night, and I didn't get a chance to make that ES chart. But I am going to start trading ES. There's no reason not to. So there we go. I forget what the stat is. Retest of the weekly open on Monday or Tuesday is like 70%, something like that. So that's why this is a good target, and I'm holding for it up here. 23,600 or so. But we're kind of running into 2 conflicting stats, like I said, because it is unlikely to run both the overnight low and the overnight high in NQ, and we have already run the overnight low. Hey, Jackson Trades. Yes, birds are not real. Keep that in mind. You ever see a bird? Just know that that's a robot. XY had so many crimes planned. Trashed all his crime plans in the gutter. I'm sad. Hey, good morning, Dr. Steve. Yeah, Friday highs would be cool. I would take that. I honestly spent way too much time on Friday trading, trying to get past this 620 dude. 620 is a big spot for me. It's the previous balance area low that we left when we started to sell off and do all this stuff. So as we approach it now, I mean, if you look back at Friday, it was obnoxious the amount of time we spent trying to crack through that 620 spot. So this might be all the meat that we get out of this trend up here. But you know me, as long as we're inside of this band and we've got bullish things going on like these single prints, I'm happy to stay long. And we got a couple Fed speakers today, but that's it. We don't have any super wiggly news. Good morning, Vintage Trader. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, JM. Good morning, brother. Hey, Least Estimator. Yeah, good, number one, good morning. And thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I decided to get long down there just based off of I can't show it because it is my delta volume profile is reset, but there were pre-market, there were a ton, I mean, thousands of lots passively buying down here, 465, 460, 470, all these spots. And I mean, in pre-market, we rejected those guys twice. These are a bunch of exhaustion signals down here. So I want to get long against that exhaustion and against all that negative delta that was building up and not being pierced through. So I actually did pre-market, which is pretty weird for me. Got out before the open because the open is a wiggly time. But yeah, coming into that, I'm just trying to long against those guys. I did get stopped on this first attempt and thought maybe we were going to go lower. I took a short up here off of the RTH open and then eventually just decided to start piling into this long once I saw this dude show up, this 780 guy, and price just shot up. I mean, you could see all the offer pull, the bid stacked like crazy, super aggressive, active buying all the way into this. And you can look at like, you can look at the price action too. I mean, it's just off of this. It's very healthy. Up, pull back, up, pull back. And then we get into the proper trend up here. We're hanging out in the upper standard deviation band. Was not strong enough to come back and get to actual VWAP, but it did get to the VWAP that I anchored from that low. So it's just like all this stuff, just bullish signs. Stay long. Stay partying. And like, that's why I don't want to get out of it yet, because I don't know how far it's going to go. Long bail bonds? That's funny. That's very funny. What's up, Carter? Good morning. Good morning. No, I'm still in it, Jeff. I've got my I gotta squish the chart up to see it. So that's my position. This is the stop. Is this confirmed? This will be a confirmed single print in a second. So I'll duck this under here once that happens. All right, we made it to the weekly open. That's fine. There's a seller there. Cool. Good enough, baby. That was a big trade. Target acquired. How far does it? Oof. ES still has a long way to go till its G line. Its weekly open is at 64.93. Holy Moses. I mean, NQ is just so bid right now. Sick. Good Monday. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah. No, tough entry, but you got to do what you're going to do. Justin, the band is a standard deviation VWAP band. And how they're set up is they are, it's RTH only, so just 930 to 4. And this is -2, -1. And then this green line right here is the VWAP itself. And then this is +1 and +2. And I keep these bands highlighted because I've got different rules for execution based on where price is and how it's behaving inside of these bands, stuff like that. Yeah, 600 is good enough. I can't expect much more out of this. Not to say that it can't do it, but if I let that trade come back at me, XY would kill me. So I have to get out. He would be mad. Good morning, NinjaTrader. Good morning. Hey HK. I'm sorry, I got out of it already, but so the way I was trailing that was I'm just tucking it underneath of these single prints. This single print here, this blue shaded area is not confirmed until 11:30. So if we had not gotten to my target, which we did, it's right here. But if we had not gotten to my target and 11:30 had passed and this single print was confirmed, then I would just tuck it under here. But I had it underneath this one down here at 517. So I am, I am moving my stop still selectively. TLWM asks, what is your daily target possibly? I don't really have one. I mean, this is it. We got to it. It was the weekly open, which is right here. We're kind of kicking off of it, and there is a seller. There is absorption. I'm not going to sell it because of my own rules. Like, I don't sell something that is inside of this VWAP band, and the band is still sloping upwards. That's not a short that I'm ever going to take. Doesn't mean that it's not good. That's just my rule. But I mean, retracing all the way back to this thing, it's a pretty decent move. ES still has a long way to go. So that either means that, like, if NQ wants to continue this trend all day, that can help ES get back to its weekly open, or it could turn here and ES continues to go lower. Like, there's literally no way to know. Nice. Me and Flight here had the same target. That's always good. Flight here is a pretty good trader from my observation. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Andrew, I reset my delta volume profile every 60-point rotation. So it's all programmed to do that automatically. So that means that, so like right now, it's the whole leg from the low. In order for this to reset, it's going to need to rotate 60 points down. And then once it does that, it'll reset and show that down rotation leg. And then once it rotates 60 points up from that, then it will reset. So any 60-point counter rotation resets it automatically. And this is also something I use to, confirm trend behavior as well, is if this thing's not resetting, if we're not getting 60-point rotations down or up, I'm less good at noticing it when it's going, when we're in a downtrend day. I'm still working on that. But yeah. So right now this is still giga trend because we haven't had a 60-point rotation down. Hey, thanks, Tom. Thank you, buddy. Is previous day high a poor high? Oh my God, yes it is. Oh, gross. I forgot about that. That's why I got stuck on Friday. Oh, terrible behavior. I gave back way too many points in the afternoon on Friday trying to take out that high, Mark. So many points. I probably gave back 80 micro points just trying to defeat this 620 guy and run that high again. Because it is disgustingly poor. Both, Gene. This is I have some OFL stuff like the Delta volume profile. That's an OFL thing. The Delta map, which colors the candles based on the Delta behavior inside of it. That's an OFL thing. The VWAP band is NinjaTrader. So it's both. JM, I don't have faith in the market behaving in any other way other than random nonsense. If I can get a 100-point chunk of that baby, then that's all I care about. I mean, that's a big run for me. So I do have a micro runner though that I keep. I've started to do that. Started to do minis and micros at the same time. So if I'm taking a mini off, I'll leave a micro on, just to see if that idea continues to play out. So I can be a little wider with micros and base it off of the initial mini entry. I'm trying to think about that math like on the fly and how much like risk to reward remains based on, like 1/10 of a mini. Yeah, I've been trying to get better at that. I would like to see this 620 get out of the way also, though. That would be so sick. I know, XY. That's why I knew I had to cover that or you were going to be pissed. I could just hear it. Stowe. Stowe. Come on, man. Nice, JM. I too enjoy Method Man. Actually, it might be Wu-Tang Monday. I was vibing that this morning. But I put on the country songs because if I put Wu-Tang radio on for the show, I realized that it's very hard to pay attention to what the chat's up to. Because I'm just jamming. The RZA. Oh, Urban. Urban Florjancic. I'm going to try that. Urban Florjancic asks, what is a single print? A single print is an auction market theory concept that is basically boiled down to price only traded within that area in a 30-second time frame. So let's look at this one. I mean, you can start learning about a TPO chart if you want. It's kind of complicated. I don't personally use a TPO chart, but I do use single prints and the concept of single prints to help me understand aggression in the market. So we're not doing anything else. So let's walk through this anyway. All right. Here we have this blue box, right? This blue box is from 23,520 to 23,532. Okay. From this moment at 10 o'clock to 10:30, That is C period, if in auction market theory. And price only traded in this area in this period. So that makes it a single print. It did not trade it in A period, which is 9 to 9:30. It did not trade it in B period, which is, or I'm sorry, it did not trade it in A period, which is 9:30 to 10. And then B period is 10 to 10 to 10:30. So it only traded in here in B period, which is the second period of the day. As soon as 11 o'clock comes around, as soon as a new period starts and price is still not traded down here, this is a confirmed single print. And when you have these, it signals aggression in the market because price only traded there and then is going higher. So this is like a market in motion sort of thing. It can't come down and trade in here during C period. So that's a bullish single print. Same thing works in the opposite direction too. Now, if you start getting more than one, which we have now confirmed here, this is a second bullish single print. And then here's a third one that's in the works at the moment. This is trend continuation. So you don't really want to be short against this. It's the best way to use this. And then same, this also helps me more on the downside than anything. When I see downside single prints, I really can't expect much out of a long, or I really shouldn't be initiating longs unless they're at like super high time frame levels that I've been planning out or have like a planned trade around that. I'm not going to day trade order flow concepts with those single prints in my face. KP, I don't decide it. It decides it. So the blue box range this is just the area of price. Like, do you see how this is closing? So as price trades back down into it, these will close. So this developing single print here is only as big as it's going to be allowed to be. If price comes all the way back and clears this out, then it's an invalid single print. It'll just go away. So it's just the time period and price that decides the box size. Yeah, sure, Gene, no problem, bud. Inspect the deck. That's right, Dr. Steve. Yeah, 30-minute time frame. Did I say seconds? Sorry. Yeah, true. Foosh, there is a difference. I don't know. It's probably minutia, but there is a difference between those two things, but it's very close to the same thing. Daniel Anderson, the green box, this guy, this is the London 30-second opening range down here. Yeah, you see how this is closing? So if this closes before noon, then this won't be a single print. But if this holds, then whatever is left of this price, when noon comes around, this will be a single print. JM, that's just a VWAP band. So this is just the upper RTH VWAP band right now. +1, +2. Urban, you can just go. I mean, well, yeah. Leo has written so many posts about single prints. You can go to Leo's Twitter probably and just search. I think you can go like if you go to the Twitter desktop. I think you can search inside of someone's profile. So just go to Leo's Twitter and just search single prints. And he's got a big giant thread about like this exact concept that I just explained and like not fading them, how to use them as like a way to stay out of trouble. which is, I mean, one of the most useful things that I read a very long time ago. That's probably years ago he wrote that, but I'm sure it's still up there. Yeah, serve you up. Just use the advanced search feature. There you go. Hey, Pax. Morning, homie. How are you, my friend? Good. Good. Happy Monday, brother. Yeah, no problem, Urban. And if you have any questions, just reach out, you know. And we're going to put we're all going to have some, you know, more detailed information about that, because we get asked that all the time. Like, where can I learn more about auction market profile? Or auction market theory? Where can I learn more about order flow? Blah, blah, blah. So we're just going to put a bunch of stuff together, and we're working on it. Yeah, Pax, me too. I closed my long up here at the weekly open, and now I'm just standing here. Probably gonna go get my oil change when this is over. I think that's probably a good use of my Monday. It's really nice outside too. High of 70 like every day this week. No rain. It's a nice week where I live, so I'm stoked for that. Alex, I did, but I have 2 cars. So I took the Subaru last week, and then I still got to get the Prius done too. Ironically, the Prius burns oil really bad. And I really like that. That the hybrid, it like guzzles oil now. It makes me happy. Nice. Tracy found it. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, click that. There you go. Whoever was asking me about that. Urban. Click that link Tracy just put in there. That'll take you right to it. Relatively easy. No. Arm Garber. The single prints are not only valid with volume bars. You can look at like if you pull up a 30-minute chart, they're going to be the same. It's just price and time. Those are the only 2 things that control single prints. The volume bars don't have anything to do with that. The only reason I have volume bars up is I just prefer to look at those for pace and just general vibes. I just prefer a volume bar. Yep. Yeah. Single prints, two things involved: 30-minute time increments, price. That's it. Yeah, the Jim looks at the London initial balance also, which is the full 3 to 4 a.m. I just that's just too much for me. All I want to see is like where they opened. Are we above? Are we below? That's my little Globex clue. And I put it into my clue bank for the day. And then hopefully I have enough clues to figure out how to make some money. Gene bar. What is the blue shaded bar called? Order flow labs indicator. Which part, bud? I've got a bunch of blue stuff on my chart. These blue boxes are single prints. That's an order flow labs study. These bars that are colored blue are delta dominant volume bars. And the study that's coloring that is called Delta Map. And then this thing over here, these blue bars, this is a delta volume profile. And this just shows the sum of the ask minus the bid. I have it compressed to 9 ticks increments. And this is how I interpret selling and buying behavior. John Doe, I have been trading for 4 and almost 5 years. Coming up on it. Bought my first weed stock at the end of 2020. So, does that count? Shravan, I was a musician primarily. Also worked in a lot of video stores. It was not TLRY. It was not Tilray. It was the other one that eventually was consumed by, I think Tilray merged with them. What was the other one? I think it started with an A. I don't remember. Was that it? Aurora? I do not remember. No, it wasn't the Sun one. That was like a penny stock. This one was not a penny stock. Yeah, I think it was Afria, something like that. Yeah, it wasn't Sundial, no. Willie C., this is not the first Prius that you know of that drinks oil? Really? Is that true? Because I thought that's the weirdest thing about that dumb car. I have to keep oil in it. Like in the car, I have to keep a quart of oil to top that baby off so it doesn't explode. Let me see what else we got. See if NQ's gonna. Yeah, everybody's partying. ES is holding in. It's +1 now. Also, this just looks like a grindy trend. Thanks, Hans. Yeah, please hit the like button. Furthermore, please hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get to 150K subscribers. I'm told it's going to be really awesome when we do. But that helps us out, helps the channel out. It helps, with YouTube recognition, so more people are directed here organically. So if you appreciate what we're up to, and there are lots of people that work way harder than me on this show, behind the scenes, coming up with the content, coming up with, ideas. Yeah. So it would really help, and it's free. So if you can hit that subscribe, tell your friends to do it. If you have trader friends. All my trader friends are already on the show, so I don't really have anybody else to ask. Gene asks, did I start using auction market theory right away? Man, do I wish I did. No, I didn't. It took me, oh Lord, it took me many, many years of going through bad discords and making mistakes with options and, get rich quick ideas. And before I truly figured out a way to understand how the market works that made sense to me. It was all, I think it's a pretty common theme that like the market is a mystery. And so you seek to try to find an explanation for it. And there are a lot of people that are willing to sell you an explanation that may or may not exist. And, there's a lot of money in that. And so, yeah, I spent at least a couple years before I was able to get a decent footing around what the market means to me How can I make sense of it? How can I turn that into tradable ideas for myself? And then beyond that, like once you get through that part, you have to figure out like how do you turn this into a business? What's a smart way to manage your risk? How do you manage your expenses? How are you going to work this into your daily life? There's really a lot that goes into it. But no, I did not. I did not start right away with AMT. And that's not to say that like other disciplines aren't valid. That's just the one that makes the most sense to my brain and the way that I'm able to understand what's going on and how to take advantage of it. Oh, Gene asked another question about the single prints. No, well, this one, okay, so this one currently is developing. We have to get to noon before this one will be a single print. I have them both up there because I like to see them when they pop up and then I can keep track of them. If these fill, which is totally possible that they will, they usually fill eventually. Doesn't mean that once they fill, I'll consider shorts. Their mere existence is a sign to me that this is a bullish activity day. When they fill, then I'll just roll back into more neutral, and then I'll have to look for more bearish ideas before I'm willing to consider shorts. So like I use these just like I use the VWAP bands. It's just a guide. It's just something to have in the back of your head. It's not really actionable, other than just to keep me on the right side of the story, keep me from getting over my skis with another idea that might be contradictory to the things that are currently happening in the market. Was auction market theory what triggered my entry today? No, it's not. Oh, nice. We're running the overnight high. Look at this. Nice little outlier day for ourselves. For every stat, there is that 30% when it doesn't happen. And here we are. God, I would love to see us get to this 620, dude, just so I can see what will happen up here. Would love to see it. I'm done trading for the day for sure. But I would just love to see this reaction up here. See if the seller's still up here partying. No, my long was triggered more from order flow than anything. There was a billion people buying that thing down there, and I just saw the Dom smack against it after this. I mean, we still haven't reset this profile, so I still think he's down there. Yeah. Like as soon as all of this bid delta came in at once and price just said nope, and it was just like zip. So this is the only reason I got long. Also, run the overnight low after a bullish day. And speaking of single prints, like here's a really big one from Friday that's still intact. So the trend is still very much up. So this is just a pretty typical setup I have down here. Run the overnight low, find a buyer, reclaim it. Price goes up. Yeah, Steve, 620 was a super pain on Friday. We did get above it for a second, but that's also the bottom of my bottom of the previous balance area that we left when we started to sell off last Tuesday, I think. Intraday trader, I went long a couple times, but the last one that I closed at 600 was right here. So we got this big push, came back, retested the overnight low, and then I got long there. Quite a few. I put 4 on. I took most of them off up in here and then let that runner go to right here at 23,600. ETA on the new podcast, Big Dave. Great question. It's recorded and produced. So it is in the can, as they say in the biz. John, the single print settings are just, I mean, it's just it's set to show them. There's not really any settings. I just have them set to show developing ones and confirmed ones as well. So like I said, once we get to noon, this one will be confirmed. Geezer Trader asks, do I think the principles of the fair value gap are real? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe. I would imagine that it's like anything where the more you drill down into the lower time frame, the less predictable it is. But like, I mean, it makes sense to me that it shows aggression. And if that fair value gap is going to be respected, then it's the same thing as a single print being respected. So I guess I wouldn't say anything I have honestly no idea, but it makes sense to me. It's an area of time that price has not traded back through, which is the same thing as a single print. So that is showing aggression in whatever direction price is moving off of that. So
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, Jim. Happy birthday, Jim. What's up, buddy?
I can't wait for this day to end, but thank you.
Well, I won't sing to you. Leo told me to, but I won't. I don't think.
That would be worth it.
Oh man.
You know what? I'm just, it's incredible. It's every vendor that I've ever done business with.
Oh yeah.
Sends me texts and emails. Happy birthday.
Oh, beautiful. That's awesome.
No, it's kind of creepy, actually.
Are you getting a bunch of like paperweights in the mail too right now?
I mean, the Honda dealer? No, I don't know. Staff. Anyway.
Oh, that's so good. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday from the Honda dealer.
I'm going to give him a call. All right, I'll buy a car today. Thank you for that. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you, chat, everybody. Chris, good to see you. Thank you. Appreciate everybody extending happy birthdays. You know what would make my birthday gift come true? 3 things. 1, that thumbs up button. 2, the subscription button.
Yep.
And then 3, spread the word.
Yep.
Folks, spread the word. This is free. This is high quality, in my opinion, high quality content, high quality guests, high quality live trading. You know, if you're on social media, you have other trader friends, spread the word. I do it at the grocery store and at Home Depot. So
yeah, me too, Jim.
Do
you know where the air filters are? And also, if you like to day trade, let me slip you this card.
It is amazing, though, how many people in casual conversation. Now, I occasionally go to a bar with Mrs. Keggs for a cocktail.
Sure, sometimes.
And we engage in casual conversation with other party revelers. It's amazing how many people you talk to randomly are like, oh, yeah, no, I'm day trading with blah, blah, blah. Or I'm trading futures with it's crazy amount of people.
Yep, it's true.
So, but anyway, thank you, Dr. Steve. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for sure. But if you could spread the word, that'll be awesome for all the reasons that Stowe mentioned a couple minutes ago.
Yes. I thought the third thing you were interested in was going to be a gin martini, but maybe that's number 4. We'll see.
Well, that's just that's like water. I mean, it's always here.
It's just part of the pool.
It's just part of the thing, right? One last thing before we go to Edge Report, because I do want to talk about crude oil really fast, and hopefully me and Shai will talk about it more later on at 2:30. I loved your conversation about mini and micros, about the idea of day trading the minis, and then maybe have a lingering micro or two or 3 for a longer time frame, a swing trade or a longer point of view.
Yeah.
I love that idea. I think that's a great application of those micros.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I started to think about it. Maybe it was in Chicago. Pax was talking about like micro and mini and how to do both. And we were talking about spreads and a bunch of weird stuff at dinner. But yeah, that started to click with me. And then also when I traded last week with Chris, he's like, some of these longer reversals are, the bottom, and you should think about trying to hold that for longer time frames. And I was like, okay, I don't want to hold a mini, but maybe if I'll just slip a micro in there when I exit the mini and do the risk math on it, make sure it still makes sense. And I can give a piece of the mini back as opposed to letting actual mini points come back on me.
Yeah. No, I love that. Love that. Great comment. So, all right, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate the birthday wishes. Great seeing you. And I will see you,
brother.
I see you tomorrow, right?
Yep. You got it.
Sounds good, man. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Thanks, Jet.
All right, we're gonna close this up with crude oil right now. Crude oil's on the move. Nick for Tick was like, "Oh my God, I missed this move." He's right if he did miss it. This is the October contract right now. This is a daily candle I have up on my screen, and I have a fib drawing, a fib calculation, I should say, from the very peak here at the end of July, July 29th, all the way down to these lows down here around 61.28. And it's a really nicely fitted fib line. We're right at that 38.1%, which is kind of a key fib level. At 61.8 is way up here. So we're right above that 8 EMA, the 21 EMA, and just south of that 50 EMA. So this is a really nice, so far, textbook retracement. I know there's a lot of stuff going on macro-wise, fundamentally, in this market, but this is a really, really nice move. Small body of small candle at the small wick at the bottom of the candle, almost non-existent wick at the top of the candle. This is a pretty bullish move still. It's not done yet, maybe, but we'll see if we can get through that 50. So on a daily, that's kind of charts nice. Look at the stochastics. Those things are off to the races, sloping up nicely. We have a really nice move above the 20 level as well. So a little bit of bullish activity here in crude oil. If you take a look at an intraday chart too, it's even better. Intraday chart, now the volume profile is pretty wonky here. We have this point of control that's pretty extreme, right at 64.11, but then you have these other volume nodes a little higher, one at 64.67, one a little higher than that. And if you just check out all of the milestones that we've made, even during the initial balance, we went through that Jack's 4 level, blew through that, spent zero time there, and then we kept going. We got to that Mentor Q one day max level, right there. It's 64.83, and if there's a pullback later on today, that's going to be in my thought process there. 64.83. R3, rarely get to R3, but not only do we get to R3, we develop another volume node right above it. So that's a pretty strong move in crude oil today. This is the October contract, folks. Keep that in mind. All right, that was a great morning stream today. Everybody, appreciate everybody's kind words in the chat. Appreciate everybody being here, helping each other out, spreading the word. Love that. We are going to be back at 2:30 with me and Shai doing a hot commodity report. And then we're going to have the dynamic duo from earlier, Leo and Nick for the ticker, are going to be back trading the close right after that. So super awesome. Thank you for the subscriptions, thumbs up, everything. Appreciate everybody here. We will see you after lunch. Thanks for coming.